Morning, the Sabres had a late one last night, a 9 o'clock puck drop against the Utah Mammoth. They got out to a 2-0 lead in the second period. Isak Rozan scored both of the first two goals for the Sabres. Utah then scored 5 unanswered, including 4 in the third period. J.J. Peterka had a goal and an assist for the Mammoth, and Utah wins it. The Sabres have just one win in their last 8 games, and next up is Colorado, the number 1 team in the NHL. That is the second of the Sabres road trip coming up here. That'll be tonight, 9 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. The Bills' injury report yesterday was long, but some good news on it. Josh Palmer returned to being a full participant at practice with his knee and ankle injuries. TJ Sanders, also a full participant for the Bills. He's looking like he'll be activated at some point during this week. Limited participants, Khalil Shakir, Shaq Thompson, Dorian Williams, Christian Benford, Terrell Bernard, and Joey Bosa, along with Taron Johnson and Cam Lewis. The only player not practicing yesterday, actually there were 2, Fedarian Mathis, defensive tackle, and then Dalton Kincaid, who is considered week to week with a hamstring injury. Tonight on Thursday Night Football, Jets and Patriots. New England, obviously a big favorite as they have the lead over the Bills in the division. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
There's going to be a beer and a sword.
Are they they're not bringing that in.
I don't think so.
They could just put orange juice in it for us or something. What? You got a problem with orange juice?
In general?
Or at a hockey
In general.
game?
No. Who has a problem with orange juice?
You don't like eggs, so I didn't know. Maybe you're all against all breakfast items.
Orange juice is fine. I don't know if I want to order one at a Sabres game.
Do you ever look at someone and wonder what is going on inside their head?
You would
Ordering a weird thing.
Hey, do you see this sword with the beer goes into? Could you put orange juice in it?
What's weirder, a Cobb salad at a movie theater or a Sabre full of orange juice?
Definitively the Sabre full of
probably
orange
right.
juice.
You're
It's not
probably
even
right.
close.
Can you get an orange juice at the arena?
Why would they have
You
it?
go to the bar where they make mixed drinks and you say, I just want an OJ.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Sabres, WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Christmas season is upon us. Holiday season is upon us because you got a red cup. Yeah, I got
The cup I have right here is Christmas themed.
And downstairs in our lobby, the tree is up.
Yes.
And all the
it's going up.
Yes. Well, and the boxes are to adorn it with ornaments are on the way up. Yeah, so
I'm also going with my wife tonight to see the new Bills Christmas movie.
Oh, Holiday Touchdown? What's it called?
I think it's Holiday Touchdown, a Bills love story, I believe. Yep, going to that tonight.
Boy, how many jokes?
So that is
how many jokes can we make about? Oh yeah, it's about what?
The movie?
Yeah. It's about how the Bills love their defensive linemen. I don't know.
Oh, I see.
Like, what can we do? Hey, they're getting some back, and that is good news.
The Bills love receivers that run a 4.61. There you go. Or guys that were really good in 2019.
Yeah, maybe. Have you seen the forecast for Sunday?
Former second-round pick receivers would be the one, actually. The forecast for Sunday?
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
Not anymore.
No?
No.
Oh, no.
No. The forecast for Sunday.
In what way? Okay, so I don't know. So it's either going to be crazy wind or the temp. It was supposed to be 50. So did the temperature drop? What do we got?
So I was listening on WBEN on my drive-in, and they said the tease was the Bucks are not going to like it. And I
Bucks
thought, like,
are
all
not
right,
gonna like it.
all right. And then I listened to the forecast, and I thought, the Bills are not going to like it, and fans are not going to like it. So
The Bills are not going to like it.
yes. So the breakdown, basically, from Andy Parker on News Radio 930 WBEN was that during the morning hours, it'll be maybe 40s and some passing showers.
Yep.
And then in the afternoon, it will get colder with showers. So I think you're looking at
A gross day.
yes, with winds gusting up to 25 miles per hour. So cold, windy rain.
Counterpoint on the Bills aren't going to like it. I think the Bills might love a weather game.
Oh,
right
sure,
now.
sure. But I just mean if you're going to this game,
Bills fans are not going to
strap yourself in. And if you're attending this game, even as a player, sure, you might say, oh, good, we can run the ball and blah.
I'm thinking more about the game. What do the Bills do well? What do the Bucs do well? What do they not do well? They like to sling it. They want to throw the ball all around with Baker, and if they can't do that, the Bills, I already feel like the Bills can't do that. So if the Bills can't do that, fine. Bucs can't do it. Now it becomes a run game and a physical game.
Yeah.
But fans are going to be, soaking wet, and it's 40 rain, right? Like it's cold rain.
And wind.
Yeah, fan-wise, that's about as bad as it gets.
Yeah. So to that point, like where the Bucs rank on running the ball, they're not as good running the ball as the Bills.
No,
Bills, they're not as good passing the ball as the Bills.
Rushing DVOA this season, the Bills are second best, and Tampa is 25th.
Yeah, they have been missing Bucky Irving for a solid month and a half.
Yep.
Right, it hasn't played since September. Because I saw a stat that he has more catches than James Cook on the year, and he hasn't played since September.
Yep.
So, yeah.
He's returning to practice, by the way, but he's not expected to play this week. So they should not have him. I hate that we're here, but I hear, weather game. That's maybe good for their chances to win.
Maybe. I still think they will not like the weather. No one actually alive likes that weather.
All right.
Who likes it? You got your folks like me who really like fall weather, the stereotypical fall weather. A nice crisp day. It can be 44 degrees and sunny. Even though that's a little chilly.
Yeah.
I know this is also part of fall weather, but who really embraces 42 degrees, 25-mile-an-hour winds and rain?
No, I've never met a person that likes that.
They walk outside. This is my style.
There just couldn't be a person.
No one.
There couldn't be a person alive that likes it.
If
it goes down to 30 and it's snow, then you'll find some people that like that.
Yes, for sure.
A lot of people that
Skiers like that. Yeah, right? Like, what's not to like about that?
But nobody, no. What would you do? What can you do outside when it's 40 and rainy? That's the thing. It's the only weather where you can't do anything. Right. If it's 10 degrees and it's snowing, you can bundle up and you can go skiing or ice skating or snowboarding or whatever.
Or catch snowflakes on your tongue and take the kids outside and get them in snowsuits.
If it's perfect fall weather where it's like 50 and partly cloudy and crisp and even to the high 40s, you can do a million different things. And even if it's 100 degrees, you can go in the pool, right? Put on the sunscreen and go in the pool. 40 and rain, can't do nothing.
High near 40, rain, gusting to 25, maybe higher.
Wow, windy too.
There should be a term for that. You know how we have our terms for grapple, which is a certain type of precipitation that falls from the sky?
Yeah.
There should just be a term for, how's it going to be tomorrow? 40, 25-mile-an-hour winds and rain. One word for that.
Well, okay, I had thought of two words. Just call it death rain.
There you go.
Death rain.
So anyway, enjoy the game, everybody. Bills and Bucs.
When is the last weather game we had like that? Not like snow, where I remember. I'm sure there's been many since then. I went to a game maybe in 2007. The Bills got rolled by San Francisco at home. I think Edwards and Lossman played. They scored maybe 3 points, and it was 45 and rainy the whole day. It's the most miserable Bills game I think I've ever been to in my life. And it was partially because it was like 45 and raining the entire day.
When I think of the worst weather games I can remember, there's the really cold ones, which I would not put in the category of worst. It is
the perfect game might be the best.
Yeah, I mean that was 8 degrees below zero, and it was fine. Then there's the Giants game where they are leading the Giants and they lose to the Giants. The temperature drops 20 degrees at halftime after it had been raining. So if you were wearing pants and they were wet, they froze. You could your pants could freeze in the position that they were in. There's that one.
What year is that?
That's a Coughlin-Eli Giants
team. Is that the game where Ahmad Bradshaw breaks like an 80-yard run?
Maybe.
Okay, all right.
I think it's one of the years the Giants win the Super Bowl. They came into town, and it was a little bit of, is Eli going to get benched? Is Coughlin going to get fired? And then they rattled off a bunch of wins. So 2011, maybe? Probably 2007, 2011, one of those years.
I found this Bills game I was at, by the way. November 30th of 2008. The Bills lost 10-3, and it was 43 degrees.
Yikes.
38 degrees. Heavy rain, wind of 15 miles per hour. They lost 10-3.
That's tough.
to Sean Hill.
That's tough.
Miserable football game.
The other weather games I think of, Houston about 4 years ago.
You know, they won 40-0.
That's right,
Yeah.
but it rained nonstop.
Yeah.
I think that was about 4
That was probably warm that
4 or
day,
5
though.
years ago. It was warmish. I mean, it was
that was early.
It was probably like 58 and rained the whole time. So much so that I was wearing full rain gear, and when I took it off, my shirt was soaked. Like, how to get through?
Yeah.
So,
well, this is maybe a last at the stadium. The last you're drenched in cold rain day at the stadium.
Might be.
Because next year, unless you are close to the field, then you probably will still endure this. But if you're where I'm sitting, which is directly under the canopy, next year in this game, I'm probably going to be pretty dry.
Right.
If not, actually, I'll probably be entirely dry.
we are in the same section, which was unplanned.
We're in the same row,
That's
actually.
right. We're in the same row, same section, which was unplanned. But we're going to be loving that. Loving under that canopy.
While watching Josh Allen
throw
and
it
the
in the
Bills,
rain.
just in the downpour.
Oh, it looks chilly down there.
Right, call buddy in row 4. How's it going down there? It's like the guy on the Weather Channel when he's in the middle of a hurricane, like trying to talk through the mic and you can't even really hear him.
Yeah,
That's your buddy in row 3.
That field looks really muddy, he said in his T-shirt.
Right, grass.
And shorts, right, mud.
Oh, the odd mud game we're going to get.
Might get that.
In the future.
Well, anyway, yeah, the forecast,
Haven't had a mud game.
No, ever.
We've never had a mud game.
That's right.
Unless there was one in the 60s or something.
803-0550, our phone number. All right, coming up on the show today, here's what we got, a bunch. We've got Paul Hamilton. He'll join us at 8 o'clock to talk about the Sabres. Yes, we will do that. Alex Barth on the Patriots at 8:30. We have actually a Patriots guest on a non-Patriots week because the Bills are chasing the Patriots, and they play tonight against the Jets. So Alex Barth on the Patriots at 8:30. Trevor Sikkema on the Bucks at 9 o'clock, 9:10. So that's the rundown today. Bills and Bucks. And one thing I was thinking about today is Baker. Mm-hmm. Like Allen and Baker clearly have somewhat of a relationship, friendly rivalry, friends, see each other occasionally.
Did you hear him yesterday about each other?
Yeah. Mutual respect, able to talk a little junk about each other. Baker said that Josh has small hands.
Yeah.
And that got one of the biggest reactions I've ever seen out of Allen. Like,
yeah.
No way.
He said he's 6'10 with small hands, I think was the exact quote. Yeah.
6'10 with small hands. Says I need a walkie-talkie to talk to him because he's so far away because he's so tall. And then Allen said that Baker wears 2 gloves while golfing.
Yes.
And said he's that kind of guy. So anyway, I think there's some mutual respect there. And Baker and the Bucks. We'll play it a little bit later because I didn't tell Dan to find this because I was going to get to this later, but here we are. We're on this point. Did you hear McDermott on Baker?
Yes. He talked a lot about like his journey in getting here more than like even what he is right now as a player.
Dan, if you again, I didn't tell Dan Dale to find this before. If you know the cut I'm referencing and you can find this, great. But I say we always do this. We don't always do this, but if you sit in these chairs or sometimes if you want to try to pick through what people say. When McDermott's talking about Baker, I wonder if he's talking to someone else. Because what he says is leadership, fire, consistency, that message, people see you. And I thought, is he talking to his own quarterback about standing up on the sidelines and engaging with people again and getting something back? They're looking to you, body language, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I know the Bills actually really value body language because Allen talks about it. He talks about body language with receivers. They've got people down there that talk about the importance of that. And I don't know if they are keying in on Allen's body language when he's just sitting on the sidelines in between drives. He's always kind of done that. I'm not one to sit here and say it's bad, but I wonder if they're looking for a little bit of a change there because when he talked about Baker yesterday, I thought he's talking to someone. Maybe he's talking to Keon Coleman. Maybe he's talking to Deion Walker. I mean, like, it could be anybody. But, if you go to a podium and say something that's complimentary of an opponent but is a little bit like, yeah, how about that? I mean, I feel like I'm entitled to read into it a little bit.
It's possible. It could just be, though, the things he remembers that he loved about Baker when they were in the pre-draft process. Couldn't it be? Because didn't a lot of people think they liked Baker and liked him a lot.
Yes.
Going into that draft.
Yes.
And why would you have liked Baker?
Probably because of his attitude.
Is it right? Because he does have a cannon arm. I think he had the longest throw in the league in the last 10 years until Rodgers just did that Hail Mary a couple of weeks ago. Like, he's got a cannon, but why would you be drawn to him? Right, because he is fiery and he will want to fight you on the field if you get in his face. And Allen's a trash talker too, by the way, but just kind of a different way. Allen's more of remember the Dolphins player, who's this guy? Who's this name on the back? Mayfield is I will fight you. I don't care who you are. So it could just be remembering what he liked about Baker. But I wouldn't throw out the possibility because he is the thing we've kind of talked about this week that used to be Diggs a little bit and used to be Dable a little bit, like a guy that would kind of light a fire under somebody on the sideline or in the locker room, and maybe Allen does that in the locker room, then we just don't really get to see it. He certainly doesn't seem that way on the sidelines, and nobody else is either, but Baker is certainly that way. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, it's possible that McDermott wants a person in his team to be like that, and the quarterback he's about to play is very much like that.
Have you seen what A.J. Brown is up to?
He is. He's doing the dance right now that reminds me a lot of what we did with Diggs a couple years ago, but maybe there's a lot more of it.
Yes.
Because, man, if you think back to the Diggs saga, it was often just play the Bengals clip over and 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 over
right.
and over.
Right. Because one of the things with the Diggs saga, people like to say he complained and he never actually did.
Right. Or
he never actually did.
Exactly. Or Diggs tweets something that was mysterious and might have actually had nothing to do with football, or maybe it did, but we didn't know. Mm-hmm. A.J. Brown is just openly talking about it.
Right. He said
they're 7-2, and he's talking about how no, we still need to be better on offense. They won 10-7. Win is not a win. We need to be better.
Yep. Quote, I think if we're really focused on winning and doing our job, we can't just keep slapping a Band-Aid over the defense, doing their job and getting us out of trouble. At what point are we going to pick up our slack as an offense? That's what I'm getting at. It's not about, I don't care about winning, all I care about is stats. No. It's been week after week. Sometimes we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year and think you're going to go do that at the end of the year. It's not going to bleeping happen. Right. And the question I would have is, if that were happening here, would we feel better? Because when that happens, when someone speaks out against their own team, this isn't good enough. Here's the thing. If it's a quarterback, it's leadership. If it's a wide receiver, it's a problem. Usually. That's usually how it goes. If it's an offensive lineman, I think you get away with it. If it's a receiver, it's usually a problem. But if we had someone on the Bills saying that, saying week after week, we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year. Would we feel better? Would the Bills feel better? That kind of thing could be said by Sean McDermott, not on a mic. This is a spot where I'll probably talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think we would love to hear that. I'm not so sure it would make things any better. I would anticipate that kind of message does exist inside One Bills Drive much more quietly where we don't get access to it, right?
Right.
So I would imagine that behind closed doors they are saying this kind of thing. Would we feel better if someone was saying it publicly?
I think we would. I think well, it's how does Philly react to that right now? How do we think they're reacting to it right now? They're probably fighting with each other on a daily basis, aren't they? About whether this is good leadership or whether this is bad. You might get some people that are just, this is just how the world works, that would not like what A.J. Brown is saying because of where he's saying it. That exact quote might have been in the press conference, but what started this all was he was going off about the offense on a Twitch stream while he was playing Madden. And if that is your avenue for doing it, even though it really isn't different, I feel like some people might treat it differently. You're going on your video games and you're bad-mouthing our team. He said, if you have me in fantasy, you should get rid of me. Mm-hmm. These types of comments. But when he steps to the podium and he starts making that case for why it's important and why, we can't just keep entrusting our offense to bail us out and only hold a Packers offense to 7 points and win, that could be labeled under, that's leadership. You need somebody that is doing that even when you're winning, because it could all turn, and if you're just, it's fine, we'll get through it, when it all turns, then who's demanding better from everybody else? And there, I might say that Brown is the one that is demanding more from everybody. The coaches, the quarterback. I did see Sirianni said his quote was, "I'm close to being done with this."
Yeah.
So he kind of seems fed up. But I do think we would be feeling better. I would be feeling better. But some fans probably wouldn't. Hey, keep it in-house. Don't air your dirty laundry. Be happy that you're 6-3, I guess. I'd predict more people than not, though, would be the only guy here, though, that could do that would be Allen. That's earned the right to do that in public.
Right. To say we have a high standard.
Because Brown's an elite receiver. He's earned that. If Jahan Dotson went out and started spewing off about this, I don't think anybody would listen to him. But here, it'd have to be Allen or it'd have to be maybe Dawkins. That'd be it.
Yeah,
Those are the only two I think that could give this message and get away with it.
That we're not up to our standard.
Right.
803-0550.
Because what does it sound like if Dawson Knox comes out and does that? It's who are you to talk? You're not.
He's a leader.
He's a leader, but he's not very good.
He's a leader. He doesn't put up big numbers in that offensive course. Anyway, the one other thing about A.J. Brown, he'll be a topic this offseason to be moved, and you might be wanting the Bills to do that. Man, that'll be a bridge to cross at that time. But I've seen that Brown is basically running cardio routes. That's why part of why he's frustrated. Yeah. He's running the same 3 routes, and their offense stinks. It's not where it's supposed to be.
Right. And he's an elite receiver that can do everything.
Right. So anyway, drama in Philly. We'll get some phone calls in here as well.
Aren't they the team that will kind of work through that, though, or would be willing to accept that guy?
Until the moment when they find a GM that's going to give them a good deal, and they're going to end up picking 13th overall because of it. Don't they always make a trade for a first-round pick? And then how do they get Jalen Carter? How do they keep picking at the top? They keep making smart trades.
Yeah.
I think they'll... Well, whatever. Who knows what Philly does? They won the Super Bowl last year.
Yeah.
So they can kind of get to do what they want.
But they're the family that's always fighting, right? For years now, and they continue to win, and they just kind of live in that.
Always fight as long as they have that head coach, right?
Right.
Not to say his culture is of fighting, but his culture is, guys sniping each other.
His culture is Fight Club, basically.
That's right. Mike in Connecticut is up before the break. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I have 2 things. I want to go back really quick about the weather you were saying.
Yeah.
I try to get to a few Bills games each year, but I was at the Houston game in 2021, and that was probably the worst weather game I've ever been at. It was pouring rain the whole time. The Bills won 40-0. The following year, I went to a few games, but one specifically was the Snow Bowl game against the Dolphins, and it was just such a better atmosphere. So I totally agree with you saying about the weather. In terms of wide receiver, I agree with both of you. A.J. Brown is a household name, all-pro. Everyone knows who he is. If Curtis Samuel or Elijah Moore or Josh Palmer or any of these guys on the Bills spoke out, there would be people around the league like, wait, who said what?
Sure. There's also, Mike, there's a major difference. Not only those guys are not household names, they've also not been here long enough to do it. Like Brown, right? He's been a part of them being a great offense. That's why, if you're talking about who's going to do it for the Bills, it's Allen or Dawkins or whatever. And again, that's even if you want someone to kind of voice those concerns.
Maybe the only other one could possibly be Shakir, but it's not like he's putting up 1,000 yards every season with 10 touchdowns. But have a good day, guys. Thank you. Go Bills.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Go Bills.
Cook?
Yeah.
He's the guy that's getting fed, though, so it would be a weird messenger.
It is one of the first times I've had this thought about their problems in the passing game. Could any of it be as simple as chemistry? Quarterback, receiver, chemistry. Think of what the outside receivers have been for the last 3 years. It's been a rotating door, a revolving door. It's been a revolving door. Diggs, Davis, Hollins, MVS, Cooper, Coleman, Shavers, Palmer. It doesn't have a lot of time. Like they keep kind of shuffling it. If that was an offensive line, we would say, oh, the left side of the line's not spent too much time together. They need more time. Anyway, 803-0550. Good morning. The Sabres lost in Utah. They gave up 5 straight goals.
Man.
They're in 30th.
They were being outplayed. It was like
for sure.
2-0, hang on for dear life, and then the floodgates opened.
And they are in 30th place.
The toughest, very quick, we'll get to Paul with this later, too. The toughest part is that they got production from the guys that are in there for injuries, and the top line, I think McLeod, Thompson, and Tuck, I don't know if they finished with this, but in the third period, they had 0 shots on goal as a line.
They finished with 0.
They finished? The healthy guys are the ones that didn't show up for you, and the Amerks did. That's the frustrating part of it last night.
Other frustrating part might be that, like, Roseanne and
Ostlund, they were great last night.
Have they been able to do that any time before the last, like, week and a half? Could they have done that last year? Could they have shown up and just played? Mm-hmm. Because they certainly look like they can play. Anyway, Utah. On to Colorado tonight.
Yikes. Playing last night, now you go... I called last night a must-win, which I think means now the season is over, technically.
Listen, they've had 3 must-wins. Let's call tonight a must-win, too.
But they won't.
It's a must-win. Listen, they'll win a must-win the same day we hit one of our thrilling 3-way parlays. We're all due. Must-win. Sabres. Must-win at Colorado. If you have a thought on them, you can throw them our way as well. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. I have instant trivia for you.
Okay.
A fun instant trivia to get to. And the Patriots and Jets tonight. Get ready to root for the Jets. You need one. You need the Patriots to stumble, and if they stumbled in division, it would be very, very big. So I'll get you the numbers on just what that would mean if it happened. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. If you sit in these chairs, or sometimes if you want to try to pick through what people say. When McDermott's talking about Baker, I wonder if he's talking to someone else. Because what he says is leadership, fire, consistency, that message, people see you. And I thought, is he talking to his own quarterback about standing up on the sidelines and engaging with people again and getting something back? They're looking to you, body language, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I know the Bills actually really value body language because Allen talks about it. He talks about body language with receivers. They've got people down there that talk about the importance of that. And I don't know if they are keying in on Allen's body language when he's just sitting on the sidelines in between drives. He's always kind of done that. I'm not one to sit here and say it's bad, but I wonder if they're looking for a little bit of a change there, because when he talked about Baker yesterday, I thought he's talking to someone. Maybe he's talking to Keon Coleman. Maybe he's talking to Deion Walker. I mean, like, it could be anybody. But,
yeah,
if you go to a podium and say something that's complimentary of an opponent, but is a little bit like, yeah, how about that? I mean, I feel like I'm entitled to read into it a little bit.
It's possible. It could just be, though, the things he remembers that he loved about Baker when they were in the pre-draft process, couldn't it be? Because didn't a lot of people think they liked Baker and liked him a lot?
Yes.
Going into that draft?
Yes.
And why would you have liked Baker?
Probably because of his attitude.
Is it right? Because he does have a cannon arm. I think he had the longest throw in the league in the last 10 years until Rodgers just did that Hail Mary a couple of weeks ago. Like, he's got a cannon, but why would you be drawn to him? Right, because he is fiery and he will want to fight you on the field if you get in his face. And Allen's a trash talker too, by the way, but just kind of a different way. Allen's more of remember the Dolphins player, like, who's this guy? Who's this name on the back? Mayfield is like, I will fight you. I don't care who you are. So it could just be remembering what he liked about Baker. But I wouldn't throw out the possibility. A.J. Brown is just openly talking about it.
Right. He said
they're 7-2, and he's talking about how, no, we still need to be better on offense. They won 10-7. Win is not a win. Like, we need to be better.
Yep. quote, I think if we're really focused on winning and doing our job, we can't just keep slapping a Band-Aid over the defense, doing their job and getting us out of trouble. At what point are we going to pick up our slack as an offense? That's what I'm getting at. It's not about, I don't care about winning, all I care about is stats. No. It's been week after week. Sometimes we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year and think you're going to go do that at the end of the year. It's not going to bleeping happen. Right. And the question I would have is, if that were happening here, would we feel better? Because when that happens, when someone speaks out against their own team, this isn't good enough. Here's the thing. If it's a quarterback, it's leadership. If it's a wide receiver, it's a problem. Usually. That's usually how it goes. If it's an offensive lineman, I think you get away with it. If it's a receiver, it's usually a problem. But if we had someone on the Bills saying that, saying week after week, we're not doing our job on offense, you can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year, would we feel better? Would the Bills feel better? Like, that kind of thing could be said by Sean McDermott, not on a mic. This is a spot where I'll probably talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think we would love to hear that. I'm not so sure it would make things any better. I would anticipate that kind of message does exist inside One Bills Drive much more quietly, where we don't get access to it, right? Right. So I would imagine that behind closed doors, they are saying this kind of thing. Would we feel better if someone was saying it publicly?
I think we would. I think. Well, it's how does Philly react to that right now? How do we think they're reacting to it right now? They're probably fighting with each other on a daily basis, aren't they? About whether this is good leadership or whether this is bad. You might get some people that are just, this is just how the world works, that would not like what A.J. Brown is saying because of where he's saying it. That exact quote might have been in the press conference, but what started this all was he was going off about the offense on a Twitch stream while he was playing Madden. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Long injury report for the Bills, but there was some good news on it. Josh Palmer upgraded to a full participant for the first time since he was injured in the Atlanta game. TJ Sanders, who is currently still on IR but should be activated at some point soon, was also a full participant for the Bills yesterday, as was A.J. Epinesa, as he's working through a concussion. Limited yesterday, Taron Johnson, Christian Benford, after missing this past Sunday, Terrell Bernard, Joey Bosa. Shaq Thompson, also among players that were limited. The only players not practicing, Dalton Kincaid, who's week to week with a hamstring injury, and defensive tackle Fedarian Mathis. Sabres in action last night, falling to Utah. They got out to a 2-0 lead, both goals by Isak Rozan, and then Utah scored 5 in a row. And the Mammoth win. Sabres play in Colorado tonight. 9 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. Colorado, the number 1 team in the NHL right now. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Pass up the center ice. There's the speed you got to be careful of. Cooley drops it back, and Colton Ellis with a great read makes the stop. That's what the Mammoth do, and Ellis has read the book already.
One of your Firth moments of the game. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers for the Firth Jeweler moment of the game. Sabres lose 5-2. They give up 5 unanswered. J.J. Peterka scores a goal. Also, in pregame, learned that Utah has taken to their hockey team quite quickly because both Josh Doan and Michael Kesselring had welcoming parties, like "We Miss You" welcoming parties. 10 fans on the glass with their jerseys.
Yeah.
All right.
Did they get tribute videos? Did we see?
It's a good question. My
welcoming party probably, though, above the tribute video.
Maybe. That many fans that love you?
Yeah.
I'm going to be in the minority here. The Mammoth logo stinks. That's all. That's all I'm going to say. The logo's not good.
I wouldn't...
The logo is respectfully, lacrosse league logo.
Okay, that's one way to put it.
It's not a good hockey logo.
The way I always think of their logo is it is one of the... Like, there's the preset logos when you create a team in the NHL video game, and that's what the Utah Mammoth logo looks like.
Yeah.
It looks like one of the preset logos that's loaded into that game.
There's lots of potential with a woolly mammoth, and it's a bad...
Well, he's got mountains on the top of his head.
I know. It's so over the top. It's so overstated. Like, guess you have mountains there. Could have been subtle. I don't like the logo. I'm mad about it.
You haven't liked the logo, though, in like 25 years. It's been introduced. When's the last logo that got... The Kraken logo? You don't like the name.
I don't mind the logo, right? The Kraken logo, actually the Kraken's second logo that has the Space Needle anchor should have been their primary. That's a better one. That's good.
What are the other newest logos in sports?
I like the Bills' rivalry uniforms. I like the Patriots' rivalry uniforms.
Did you like when the Florida Panthers changed their logo to what it is right now?
Is that the palm tree? Oh, no,
no,
yeah.
it's like the panther within the shield. It used to be the panther breaking the hockey stick in half.
I do like that Panther logo. I think it's fine. We'll just get some calls here. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I'm going to give you one quick thought on the Bills and what they might do this week. Is Mecole Hardman going to dress to give them a speed element and maybe return kicks for them? I think that's very possible. But here's a thought on Gabe Davis, and you tell me if this is wrong. And I understand that we're making points about like what they could do in the passing game. But if Gabe Davis is elevated to the 53 and plays, and Josh Palmer returns, and they have outside receivers of Palmer and Davis, I think that could work for them, and I think that could be an upgrade. And without even really saying anything about Coleman, who I do think is catching too much flack, but think about this with Gabe. We talked about Gabe for years, right? Some of his greatest moments. He's a productive receiver that is a home run of a draft pick in the 4th round, and he had a good story, and then he left because the Bills decided not to pay him, and that's totally fine. However, and this is a compliment to Gabe, the idea of putting him in for Keon Coleman gives me one thing, and that's this. As much as we talked about Gabe, we never said he was playing out of position. Never.
Right.
Nobody ever said that I can remember he really shouldn't be on the outside. He should be a big slot. Never heard that about Gabe once. It was
never once.
He doesn't really uncover against man and doesn't run a full route tree. Okay. But he wasn't out of his depth.
Right.
Out there. He was productive. So just if we're going on rolls and a receiver goes in to a spot, he goes into a spot he is, or at least during his career, he was modestly qualified for, where it looks like with Coleman, he's out of position. So could that be an upgrade? I think it could.
I would expect it to be. It's tough because we don't know how healthy Gabe is.
Right. If you want to give it a couple of weeks, maybe you could get the upgrade, but right off the bat,
right.
10 snaps, 30 snaps, I don't know what the number is.
I think the best case scenario, though, right now, what is more likely? That Coleman, in the middle of the year, after it really has not gone well out there all season, and last year even wasn't like so good that, you should trust that he's just suddenly going to figure it out in week 11. And you're going to get more out of Elijah Moore and Curtis Samuel, which we've been waiting for the entire year. The Samuel thing is now going on year 2. Just like, I'll wait for Curtis Samuel. Like, no one's waiting for Curtis Samuel to do anything anymore. The best their receiving core could be would be if Gabe stays healthy, gets healthy, and if Palmer can be what he was even with the Chargers.
Which is a nice role player.
Right.
And then build that around Kincaid when he's healthy, and Cook.
And then where am I at?
And Shakir.
Maybe I have a passing game that is just respectable enough. I have a receiving core that's just respectable enough that it just makes it a little bit easier on the quarterback. It makes it a little bit easier on the ground game. It maybe makes it a little bit easier for their short passing game to get loose because teams are now teams are having to respect a little bit what you have on the outside with Palmer and with Davis. You probably will have to show teams, though, right? Like, you just throw those two on the field this week. I don't know that Tampa is just suddenly going to change the way they're playing, but if you could put a couple of games together where, oh, look, Davis is making some of those long plays that he used to with Josh, and look, Palmer does have some vertical speed, then get defenses to start defending you differently. And I don't think that's going to happen no matter how, just as long as Coleman plays for them this entire season, I don't think that's going to happen. But maybe Davis can spark it.
803-0550. Mr. Payne in Buffalo. Hey, Mr. Payne.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning.
Morning.
I just want to start off by saying I know it's been talked about so much, but just want to say thank you, fellas. Thank you, fellas, for standing on ground when Bean came on your show and said what he said. We don't need to go over what he said, but I just want to thank you guys for standing on ground on that. And when he did that, it basically painted a target on his back because now we see clearly the spot that we're weak at and we need the most. But thank you, fellas, for that. I really admire that because you stuck on ground no matter what people said. You stuck on ground and said that basically we're weak at and we need a wide receiver. Why are we playing around with this and how did we wait for it to get that bad? But anyways, I have another question, and the thing I want to know is what can Bean do in the off season to get this ship basically going straight to get us back on the right path? What moves could he make to basically all the talk that we're talking about wide receiver or this offense this offseason? And it's sad to talk about this offseason, but the things that I see in the future of the Bills, I just really see that something needs to change. Because if they go this whole offseason and just focusing on the defense and ignore the offense, we're going to be in the same predicament, in the same boat that we were in every single year. And it's just like, I don't understand why people can't see that we've been down this road before. We've been in this conversation before. Something has to change. And it's just sad that the fans and we can see that, and the GM or whoever in there making choices can't see that. So that's the question I want to ask is, like, what offseason can Bean do to basically get us back on the right path?
All right. Thanks, Mr. Payne. There will be, obviously, this offseason, like, whatever. A lot of the season still has to play out.
Right.
If Josh Palmer comes back and looks pretty good, that might tame the wide receiver conversation a little bit. If the defensive line starts to come together, it's kind of tough to know your full offseason right now. If you want me to tell you the free agent receivers that'll be out there, Mike Evans, Christian Kirk.
Yeah, like what position do you feel like it will be on the table this offseason? Linebacker, I think receiver.
Yeah, of course. Linebacker, receiver.
But those are really the only
potentially
two?
Center is probably there, unless like Cedric Van Pran steps right in.
But again, that's not a lock.
No, that's right.
Linebacker and receiver are locks.
Let's throw safety right back in it. Bishop and who? Like, I don't think it's going to be Poyer.
At least you have
it's
one.
Going to be right. So there's a couple.
I mean, speed would be the thing for me.
Speed,
right?
Right.
Because even if Davis comes back and looks pretty good, and Palmer is decently fast, like the thing that this offense has missed, I think, really for years
is speed.
Is just speed. And they continue to talk about how whenever they're asked about speed, like, oh, we want to be a good football player first. Like, I'd like their mentality to change a little bit instead of, let's get the best football players. Like, maybe once in a while, get the guy with the Harrison might be a little bit of this on defense, but on offense, grab a guy with the elite speed and make him into a great football player.
I was looking at Jameson Williams highlights this morning. I retweeted him.
He was awesome last week.
He was, and that's one of the reasons like Dan Campbell's getting credit for the takeover is because they started using Jameson Williams in the ways that they used to. Their offensive coordinator, Johnny Morton, had kind of lost him in the shuffle.
Right.
And it made me remember that Jameson Williams was one of the original wide receiver trained targets because, hey, he's got a torn ACL. What if that guy could make it all the way into the 20s and 30s? And he did not. Of course, he went to Detroit, where he is a role player. But he's a guy that makes a difference because you pay attention to where he is all the time.
That's the thing. Like, the Bills have so many pieces on offense that they fill roles. Shakir is your short yardage role. Coleman is your big body catch role. And Kincaid is your man-beating tight end role. But they don't have the speed guy. There's one role on the offense that is basically missing.
Right. And there's also one man-beater. That's
right. Only one.
One man-beater, and that's Palmer. And even that is a bit of maybe a stretch for him. 803-0550. I'm going to get you this comment from McDermott about Baker and ask you guys all to listen to it and decide, is he talking to anyone here? We'll do that at 7 o'clock. I have instant trivia. We got some more phone calls to knock down as well. Steve and Larry, hang out. 803-0550, the phone number. It is a Thursday, and the Patriots and Jets play tonight. I hope you're ready to prepare yourself. Ready to prepare yourself? Sure. Prepare yourself to become a Jets fan for 3 hours, which is not an existence anyone should really go through. But that's where we are tonight. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
When is the last weather game we had like that? Not like snow, where, like, I remember, I'm sure there's been many since then. I went to a game maybe in 2007. The Bills got rolled by San Francisco at home. I think Edwards and Lossman played.
Jeremy,
they scored maybe 3
FanDuel
points, and it was 45 and rainy the whole day. It's the most miserable Bills game I think I've ever been to in my life. And it was partially because it was like 45 and raining the entire day.
When I think of the worst weather games I can remember, there's the really cold ones, which I would not put in the category of worst. It is
the perfect game might be the best.
Yeah, I mean that was 8 degrees below zero, and it was fine. Then there's the Giants game where they are leading the Giants and they lose to the Giants. The temperature drops 20 degrees at halftime after it had been raining. So if you were wearing pants and they were wet, they froze. You could your pants could freeze in the position that they were in. There's that one.
What year is that?
That's a Coughlin-Eli Giants
Is that
team.
the game where Ahmad Bradshaw breaks like an 80-yard run?
Maybe.
Okay, all right.
I think it's one of the years the Giants win the Super Bowl. They came into town, and it was a little bit of, is Eli going to get benched? Is Coughlin going to get fired? And then they rattled off a bunch of wins. So 2011, maybe? Probably 2007, 2011, one of those years.
I found this Bills game I was at, by the way. November 30th of 2008. The Bills lost 10-3, and it was 43 degrees.
Yikes.
38 degrees. Heavy rain, wind of 15 miles per hour. They lost 10-3.
That's tough.
To Sean Hill.
That's tough.
Miserable football game.
The other weather games I think of, Houston about 4 years ago.
They won 40-0.
That's right, but it rained nonstop.
Yeah.
I think that was about 4
That was probably warm that
4 or 5 years ago. It was warmish. I mean, it was
early.
It was probably like 58 and rained the whole time. So much so that I was wearing I was full rain gear, and when I took it off, my shirt was soaked. Like, how to get through?
Yeah.
So,
well, this is maybe last at the stadium. The last you're drenched in cold rain day at the stadium. A.J. Brown is just openly talking about it.
Right. He said
they're 7-2, and he's talking about how, no, we still need to be better on offense. They won 10-7. Win is not a win. Like, we need to be better.
Yep. Quote, I think if we're really focused on winning and doing our job, we can't just keep slapping a Band-Aid over the defense, doing their job and getting us out of trouble. At what point are we going to pick up our slack as an offense? That's what I'm getting at. It's not about, I don't care about winning, all I care about is stats. No. It's been week after week. Sometimes we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year and think you're going to go do that at the end of the year. It's not going to bleeping happen. Right. And the question I would have is, if that were happening here, would we feel better? Because when that happens, when someone speaks out against their own team, this isn't good enough. Here's the thing. If it's a quarterback, it's leadership. If it's a wide receiver, it's a problem. Usually. That's usually how it goes. If it's an offensive lineman, I think you get away with it. If it's a receiver, it's usually a problem. But if we had someone on the Bills saying that, saying week after week, we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year. Would we feel better? Would the Bills feel better? Like, that kind of thing could be said by Sean McDermott, not on a mic. This is a spot where I'll probably talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think we would love to hear that. I'm not so sure it would make things any better. I would anticipate that kind of message does exist inside One Bills Drive. much more quietly where we don't get access to it, right?
Right.
So I would imagine that behind closed doors, they are saying this kind of thing. Would we feel better if someone was saying it publicly?
I think we would. I think. Well, it's how does Philly react to that right now? How do we think they're reacting to it right now? They're probably fighting with each other on a daily basis, aren't they? About whether this is good leadership or whether this is bad. You might get some people that are just, this is just how the world works, that would not like what A.J. Brown is saying because of where he's saying it. That exact quote might have been in the press conference, but what started this all was he was going off about the offense on a Twitch stream while he was playing Madden.
I have to walkie-talkie to him because he's so damn tall. But, in Buffalo, it's cold, it's rainy. Even though he's 6'10", his hands are small, so he better wear his gloves.
Baker Mayfield on Josh. Baker and the Bucks in town for a Sunday 1 o'clock kickoff, and maybe wear gloves if it helps you hold the ball. It's going to be rainy, windy, cold. Not fun Sunday. So maybe fun. Sure. The weather will not be that enjoyable. The game might be enjoyable. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Get a call in here. I've got a very fast instant trivia, and then back to more as we're wide open right up until 8 when we talk to Paul. Steven in New Jersey. Hey, Steven, good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Good morning.
Morning.
First, thank you, guys. You make my commute much easier. I appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Two questions. First about wide receivers and Brandon Beane. Basically, my question is about injuries because we have no clue if Brandon Beane did enough with the wide receivers because they're always hurt. Curtis Samuel has always been hurt. Now Josh Palmer. And my question is just, do other teams do something differently? I feel like for the last 3 years, the Buffalo Bills have had a lot of injuries compared to other teams. And I remember with the Hard Knocks a couple of years ago in the Lions, Campbell was talking about practicing more physical because it helps, it helps against injuries. And I remember him saying, believe in the process. That's just one of my questions. And also I know with the Players Union, I think they limited practice, so maybe it's something that they can't do and they would like to do. And then my last question is about Dorian Strong. I want to see what his status is. I know Sean McDermott said it's not good, but does that mean it's not good for his career or not good for this season?
Right. That's a good question. Thanks, Stephen. We don't really know on Dorian Strong. I mean, I feel like we should probably rule. I don't know. I don't know if we should rule out the season, but didn't McDermott?
Injury, yeah.
Didn't he last time say it's going in the wrong direction? Maybe he just means like every time they hear something, it maybe feels further away. We'll see about that. I don't have an answer for you. On the injury front, like there's no doubt that part of what has happened with these Bills receivers is injuries. That's true of Samuel. That's true of Palmer this year. Last year, did they get hurt? Cooper got hurt. Coleman got hurt.
I'd also like to see proof that they're getting injured more than other teams in the league this year. Like they've had their injuries, but it's definitively it's not more than San Francisco. I can tell you that. Like the Chiefs haven't had their injuries.
Yeah.
And some of theirs are suspensions, but we would count that with the Bills, right? Hoyt and Ogunjobi. Rice got suspended. Josh Simmons disappeared for Kansas City forever. They had injuries to Bolton at linebacker, and Worthy's had an injury.
Pick a team.
Jalen Watson missed time this year.
Pick any team in the NFL right now. I'm going to
any team. Philly.
Philly. Okay, the Eagles. Their injuries. Okay, the Eagles have
Lane Johnson is a guy that they've critically missed.
Edge. Marcus, they have an edge, a safety, a linebacker, a long snapper, a defensive back, an offensive lineman, a running back, an offensive lineman, and wide receiver, all on the injured list.
Yeah.
A couple designated return, a couple out for the season. The Steelers are down a bunch of players. Like I'm at Sharp Football Analysis, which tracks everybody on injured reserve and everybody that's on the injury report.
Okay.
And the Bills list does not look much longer than anybody else's.
That's what I mean. Like I'm not saying they don't have their share of injuries. I just don't know that they are special.
right
this year compared to other teams.
They were, for a little while, very good at not getting hurt.
Correct.
There were a couple of years in there where they didn't get many injuries at all. And they have also been very healthy in certain spots. Like the offensive line has been, knock on wood, very healthy.
That's what I mean. Like the offense, which is the unit that everybody's most kind of, terrified of right now in a bad way. Maybe you would say it's the worst two players that could get injured for them other than Josh Allen, although Dawkins. But they've really only had two guys get hurt this year on offense.
And that's Palmer and Kincaid.
Listen, again, I know it's the wrong two guys, but how many teams in the league can you say have had two or fewer injuries on offense?
No, I mean the Ravens.
Many.
The Ravens are missing their starting left tackle. They're missing their starting quarterback.
Yep.
They're missing Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers missed a game. Isaiah Likely missed the first couple of games of the season.
The Chiefs
the Bengals are missing their quarterback, and Houston's had their injuries. Collins missed time, and now Stroud is out. I know quarterback makes it worse.
Yep.
Miami loses Tyreek Hill. The Jets just who played tonight, they lose Garrett Wilson for 3 to 5 weeks. I don't want to go too far in on injuries with the offense. Maybe if you want to do it on the defense, that's open.
But I think Steven is asking why the injuries, and that
That's just football.
Well, yes, but there are going to be practice habits and studies and soft tissue, and that's why you hire strength and conditioning coaches is to keep guys, whatever, in shape. And the latest studies and the latest science. I mean, I wouldn't have any doubt the Bills are doing everything they can to try and get that in the right spot, but sometimes you are going to be hit by bad luck. And sometimes you're hit by bad turf. Let's be real, right? The Giants have all these injuries because of their turf, in part. 803-0550, your phone number. All right, instant trivia on the other side, more your phone calls on the other side, and the sheer numbers. Here's what we'll get to just to start next segment. How much does tonight's game matter for the division? Tell you exactly that. We're rooting for the Jets to beat New England. How much does tonight's game matter? And, of course, also the Baker Mayfield comment from Sean McDermott. So look at all the things we're packing in next segment. 803-0550 here on WGR.
A.J. Brown is just openly talking about it.
Right. He said
they're 7-2, and he's talking about how, no, we still need to be better on offense. They won 10-7. Win is not a win. We need to be better.
Yep. Quote, I think if we're really focused on winning and doing our job, we can't just keep slapping a Band-Aid over the defense, doing their job and getting us out of trouble. At what point are we going to pick up our slack as an offense? That's what I'm getting at. It's not about, I don't care about winning, all I care about is stats. No. It's been week after week. Sometimes we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year and think you're going to go do that at the end of the year. It's not going to bleeping happen. Right. And the question I would have is, if that were happening here, would we feel better? Because when that happens, when someone speaks out against their own team, this isn't good enough, here's the thing. If it's a quarterback, it's leadership. If it's a wide receiver, it's a problem. Usually. That's usually how it goes. If it's an offensive lineman, I think you get away with it. If it's a receiver, it's usually a problem. But if we had someone on the Bills saying that, saying week after week, we're not doing our job on offense, you can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year. Would we feel better? Would the Bills feel better? Like, that kind of thing could be said by Sean McDermott, not on a mic. This is a spot where I'll probably talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think we would love to hear that. I'm not so sure it would make things any better. I would anticipate that kind of message does exist inside One Bills Drive much more quietly, where we don't get access to it, right?
Right.
So I would imagine that behind closed doors they are saying this kind of thing. Would we feel better if someone was saying it publicly?
I think we would. I think. Well, it's how does Philly react to that right now? How do we think they're reacting to it right now? They're probably fighting with each other on a daily basis, aren't they? About whether this is good leadership or whether this is bad. You might get some people that are just, this is just how the world works, that would not like what A.J. Brown is saying because of where he's saying it. That exact quote might have been in the press conference, but what started this all was he was going off about the offense on a Twitch stream while he was playing Madden.
I'm going to give you one quick thought on the Bills and what they might do this week. Is Mecole Hardman going to dress to give them a speed element and maybe return kicks for them? I think that's very possible. But here's a thought on Gabe Davis, and you tell me if this is wrong. And I understand that we're making points about like what they could do in the passing game. But if Gabe Davis is elevated to the 53 and plays, and Josh Palmer returns, and they have outside receivers of Palmer and Davis, I think that could work for them, and I think that could be an upgrade. And without even really saying anything about Coleman, who I do think is catching too much flack, but think about this with Gabe. We talked about Gabe for years, right? Some of his greatest moments. He's a productive receiver that is a home run of a draft pick in the 4th round, and he had a good story, and then he left because the Bills decided not to pay him, and that's totally fine. Mm-hmm. However, and this is a compliment to Gabe, the idea of putting him in for Keon Coleman gives me one thing, and that's this. As much as we talked about Gabe, we never said he was playing out of position. Never.
Right.
Nobody ever said that I can remember, he really shouldn't be on the outside. He should be a big slot. Never heard that about Gabe once. It was
never once.
He doesn't really uncover against man and doesn't run a full route tree. Okay. But he wasn't out of his depth.
Right.
Out there. He was productive. So just if we're going on rolls and a receiver goes in to a spot.
Sabres played late last night, 9 o'clock against Utah. They opened up with a 2-0 lead into the second period. Isak Rozan scored both goals for Buffalo, and then Utah rattled off 5 in a row. J.J. Peterka had a goal and assist for the Mammoth, and they get the win. 1 win in the Sabres' last 8 games, and tonight does not get any easier. They play the number 1 team in the NHL, the Colorado Avalanche, on the road. That's a 9 o'clock puck drop again tonight. We will have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. To football. The Bills' injury report from yesterday had some good news. Josh Palmer returned to practice as a full participant for the first time since the Atlanta game. TJ Sanders was also a full participant, still technically on IR, but expected to be activated soon. Limited yesterday, Christian Benford and Taron Johnson, who had missed this past Sunday. Shaq Thompson, also limited. He's missed the last couple of games. No practice for Dalton Kincaid or defensive tackle Fedarian Mathis. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help? Call 1-800-8-MILLION. Thursday Night Football tonight, Patriots and Jets just after 8 o'clock. New England with the lead in the AFC East, so Bills fans should be rooting for the Jets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. Obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution, and just play ball, man. Like, this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old. Now I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm going to be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know.
Jameis Winston, the energy. That's a Hamilton reference if you don't know.
Mark Ingram, I saw, told a story how he started a locker room speech once that began as a prayer and ended with him singing the Monday Night Football song.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't there something?
He's fun.
Is there something also where Jameis calls the plays in the huddle like he's surprised what the play is? Somebody once said that about him. The way he delivers it is as if he's telling you something that's a surprise.
Yeah.
Jameis Winston, let's go for the Giants.
I mean, that offense is about to get fun.
It
was already good. I mean, Dart has been good.
Did you see the next-gen stats of his throws last year?
Winston?
They did the chart of his throws for last year, and I think it's 13 touchdowns and 12 picks, which is very Jameis. And all it is just like ripping bombs everywhere.
Yeah.
Somebody's down there somewhere. Anyway, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Okay, I've got instant trivia for this segment. Don't let me get out of this segment without giving you the instant trivia.
Okay.
I also promised tonight's game. So it's Thursday Night Football, and it's the Jets and the Patriots. And the Bills could really use a Jets win. Here's how it affects the Bills' divisional chances just on tonight's game. The Bills, according to the New York Times playoff predictor machine, have a 14% chance to win the division. All right? Patriots 86, Bills 14. If the Jets were to win, the Bills' number would double.
Okay.
All the way up, even a little more, to 29%.
Okay.
So
29%.
a Jets, I know, right, like a Jets win still doesn't really do all the work.
But you're going to need some of it.
Doubles it.
Yeah. Okay.
And if you couple that with the Bills win, now I'm up to 35%. So they could more than double their chances this week.
Mm-hmm.
If it goes the other way, Patriots win, Bills lose, Bills are down to 5%. So right now it's 15. This week it could climb as high as 35, as low as 5. But again, if the Jets were to win, that would nearly double the Bills' chances to win the AFC East. So just putting that out there.
Okay, that's good.
803-0550. Sabres lost to the Utah Mammoth 5-2. They'll play Colorado tonight. We'll talk about it with Paul coming up at 8 o'clock. We also have a Patriots guest at 8:30 to see how much of what's happening there is real. Are they thinking they're going to win this division? And a Tampa Bay Buccaneers guest, Trevor Sikkema, joins us at 9 o'clock to talk Bills-Bucks. Weather report for Sunday looks brutal. Pack your ponchos and your whitewater rafting gear. I had gear when I went to Alaska for a trip for 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
We're camping, driving around all around Alaska, like Denali, and camping, living outside. And the brochure for like what to pack said, dress as if you'll be rained on the entire time.
Yeah.
So I have the clothes for that, and you might want to do that for the game on Sunday. Not that it's going to rain the entire time, but warm enough, fleece. Fleece is better when it rains.
Fleece is better when it rains?
Maybe I have that backwards. Fleece is bad when it rains.
Yeah, because it'll soak into it, right?
There's some materials that are good when it's wet and some that are bad when they're wet. I forgot. It's too long ago. I think fleece is bad now that I'm thinking about it.
Fleece is about as bad
Fleece
as
is bad.
Yeah.
Wool is good.
All right.
That might be what it is.
I think I would just probably, if I were going Sunday, just dress as, like, I'd dress for the temperature and then put a poncho on top.
I mean, I might dress for 15 degrees below the temperature because it's going to be windy and rainy.
Right.
All right, anyway, before we get to calls, I wanted to play something from Sean McDermott yesterday. And you let me know if you think this is just Sean McDermott talking about Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
Or if this is Sean McDermott talking about someone else and talking about something else he'd like to see from someone else.
Yeah.
So asked about Baker, his attitude, his style. Here's the Bills head coach.
Happy for him. He's a heck of a player. Kind of hard to watch when the first situation unfolded the way it did, because you just have so much respect for him, and it's a great example of the journey is the journey, and when you stick with it and you kind of get yourself in the right spot, and how he's played and his impact. Then I'm sure in terms of the example that he is, even beyond the playing field, right? As a person, I hear stories about his faith and super impressed by that, and that's what you want to see, right? That's what you want to hear, and that's that's good for our league, and it's good for, I'm sure, the community down there as well.
He goes on to talk about him as a leader and how when you're watching him, when you're seeing him, consistency of leadership. That the way the guys want to play for him, right? And man, have you ever heard McDermott talk so glowingly about another player?
Ooh,
I can't think of anybody else he has been that complimentary of. He flat out
other than like Mahomes, but that's just because like he's Mahomes.
Sure,
right? It's more about accomplishments.
He said it was tough to watch early on. That's him watching Baker with the Browns and thinking, I feel bad for this guy because I like him so much.
That's the other thing too. He didn't really say that it's like not Mayfield played bad. I thought he was going to start talking about how Mayfield, like how it ended in Cleveland was he put his body on the line. Like he was playing through shoulder injuries and knee injuries, and he would not leave the field. And he played that whole year through injury, and then the Browns kicked him out.
Yeah,
right after that, because Watson became available. And like that could be what he meant by like this dude was a leader for you, and he put his body on the line when he probably shouldn't have, and you got rid of him for it. So that would be the feel bad for part. I mean, it is not how, right? It's not really how Allen is. He's just not the same as, doesn't feel like he's the same as Mayfield in these ways. They feel like very different types of personalities. There would be some crossover, though. Mayfield's also feel like he's one of the guys, right? But it's just in a more fiery way. I don't know.
He's always mad.
Yeah, well, he kind of likes being mad, though, right? Like he's smiling when he's mad and
right.
he wants to fight people.
If Josh is a golden retriever, Baker is
He's a... Yeah.
Not quite a... I don't know about pit bull. He's what? He's
I mean, it's got to be like
he's a raccoon.
A raccoon?
I don't know. He's wily. He's scrappy. Careful. You never know what they're going to do.
A hedgehog, maybe?
Maybe. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry. Good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. As you know, I've been calling you guys for years, and I love your show and talking to you. But you, too, are a golden retriever, my friend. You're easily distractible.
This is true.
So, two things. Keon Coleman, number one, and the Sabres, number two. Both of them are going to lead back to the GMs. As far as Coleman goes, I would bench him at least for the first half, if not the entire game. I would bring up Mecole Hardman. However, sadly, Joe Bradley, with high probability, will use him as jet sweeps and wide receiver screens, which, it's time to bring some speed to the outside because you went ahead and got Samuel. You went ahead and got Moore. Why? If you're not going to use them, why spend the money and get them? I'd rather you save the money and use it on, God forbid, a draft pick where you get a quality wide receiver that you're going to use, or pull off a trade. I don't understand what is holding these two GMs back from pulling off a trade. Like, he pulled off one big one for Diggs. Look at the payoff. It was fantastic. Now, the Sabres. You guys might know, because I know Paul Hamilton's shaking his head. How is Kevin Adams even allowed in the Sabres building? Does Terry Pacula really just speak the words, I want to win a championship, but doesn't really mean it? How is it possible that we can trade away great players and get draft picks and, good third and fourth line players and role players, but we can't get a top six forward? We trade away J.J. Peterka. Of course he scores. We trade away Eichel. Of course he's in the top in scoring. We trade away Reinhart, who's always 40s.
Right. These are long ago, though, at this point, right?
Yeah. No, I understand. But it is a pattern. Look at what Hamilton's article was. We are going on year 15. We're not making the playoffs, fellas, in hockey unless there is a major change starting tonight. And you're right, Joe. Must win. We're not making the playoffs, fellas. 15 years.
I think so. I think it's very likely they're not making the playoffs. And from a scoring standpoint, this is, again, they do have a lot of injuries. You kind of want to say, like, it's not a great thing to point out, but it remains the reality that they are really hurt. They're missing 6 important players.
Yeah.
And it's a team that definitely can't afford to miss 6 important players.
Including your best player.
Yes.
And that's tough to come back from. Hardman, by the way, is not a Coleman replacement to me at all. Like,
no,
isn't
he Brandon Codrington? Isn't Hardman
well, he's that to start with.
Right, Hardman's here so Shakir doesn't have to return kicks.
Right. And if he were to ever contribute for them on the offense, I don't think you would ever see him in Coleman's spot. You would see him in Shakir's role or Samuel and Moore's role that they've been splitting.
You'll see him in the backfield.
Yeah, you'll see him in the backfield.
He'll run orbit motion.
Right. Like, he might be honestly, he might be faster. I don't know what he is at this point, than all of their other wide receivers. He was in his prime. But that doesn't just mean he can go line up on the outside and do it. Some guys are more slot receivers, and I think that's been Hardman throughout his entire career. The other thing about, like, if they're taking Coleman off the field, part of the reason he's out there is they run the ball a lot. They run the ball as much as anybody in the league.
And Gabe, they count on to block?
They want their receivers to block. And the idea that they're going to line up with Hardman, Shakir, and Moore or Samuel or Palmer, Shakir, and Hardman, I mean, that's little. That's little. Those guys are not blocking. The reason Shavers plays so much on offense is because he can block. And that's, I guess, my hope that Davis is able to give them that while giving them some semblance of somebody that can run routes down the field. But Hardman, if he's playing, it's a bit role. He's here to return kicks, I think.
Would you settle for, if I told you Sunday against the Bucs, the Bills simply do one thing, and that is pass more on first down? They're the number one team in terms of volume running on first down. They are predictable. Yep. Tampa loads up and stops the run on first down, and then, all right, let's see you try to throw it now that it's 2nd and 10, 2nd and 8. Just throw it more on first down. Be less predictable. I've also told you, I think, not that they're going to be better without Kincaid, but a potential silver lining to not having Kincaid is that maybe they'll be less predictable. When Kincaid's not on the field, it looks like they're going to run. And when he's on the field, when he's off the field, looks like they're going to run. And when he's on the field, they're probably going to pass.
The thing is, though, those plays work for him.
Sure.
Right?
But when he's not on the field, you do kind of get an idea of what they're going to do. Maybe they can just be less predictable.
I get it. Like, and maybe there's a little of that. I'm thinking a lot about that 4th down play against Miami, though, where he's not out there, and you went play-action pass, and it resulted in a Jackson Hawes jump ball.
Only because the things
field.
that you wanted to do were covered, right?
Right. But part of that is your 2 tight ends that are now going to play are not that great at uncovering. Hawes is a blocker, and I don't think Knox is as good of a player as he was at the beginning of his career.
803-0550 is our number. Chris in Brooklyn. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, morning, guys. Love the show. I want to talk a little bit about speed. Like, speed is an issue. Coleman's not quick, for sure. But it can't be that we've just picked up a bunch of slow receivers who are also the worst at running routes. I'm glad people have now started to admit that Josh may be part of the problem. I think he's so far in his own head right now that he's making terrible decisions, and I wish that wasn't an issue this far in his career. But I think the bulk of the blame is with Joe Brady. I mean, he just can't scheme guys open. Sprinting down the field 7 to 8 yards and turning around to face Josh, like, that's just not going to cut it. It's just not going to cut it at all. I mean, I think there's speed here. I mean, these guys are in the NFL. They're not super slow. They're not terrible. I mean, they might be the best receiving core in the league. But a better offensive coordinator, I think, could do something with the group that we have right now. I would have preferred they picked up a receiver, but somebody's got to start figuring something out so that guys can get open. And I think part of it, I think the main issue is the scheme. And I also think part of this is the Bills' sort of unwillingness to go elsewhere for coaching, right? They didn't interview for OC. They didn't interview for DC. They're promoting from within. You know, when we had Ken Dorsey, I would have accepted anyone as OC. But now I kind of feel like, you know, maybe they should have put a little bit more thought into who they pick for these slots. Interested to hear what you guys think.
Thanks, Chris. So to your point about how they use the receivers in this scheme, I saw Brett Coleman and retweeted him on it on Sunday because, you know, he watched the Bills tape and he talked about their lack of verticality. But the other thing he said was something you just mentioned. Why are such a large percentage of the routes receivers running to a spot and turning around? Feels like they're trying to use static spacing to open windows way too often. So, you know, you're not wrong. It's not that observation is shared by others. I just think about how they used to be more threatening, and I don't know, if you want to run the ball and want to pass the ball and you want to be balanced, that's fine. I just think that like chasing that balance, it leads you astray. You should just be amazing at passing, and you can be fine at running. And instead, the flip side of that, maybe Sunday is going to be what the Bills hope it would be. Like we talked yesterday, who did we talk to about that Bengal game? That the Bills, after the Bengal game, thought maybe...
Was it Tyler Dunn?
Tyler Dunn, yeah. That the Dable era ends and the Dorsey era begins, and Dorsey's playoff loss is the home playoff loss to Cincinnati, and they felt they were unable to run the ball in the elements, and that was a problem. So they decide, we're not going to have that happen again, and we're going to be able to run when a game requires running. Sunday against the Bucs, that might be what you need, because it's going to be rainy and windy and chilly, so you lean into that. Deciding to make a change like that is not crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to be more multidimensional. You want to be able to run the ball. Some games are going to call for that. And they had a game against the Niners where it snowed a lot, right? And they scored 35 points. They ran all over them. Josh caught a touchdown pass from Amari Cooper on the pitch, too. But what I would get to is I know it snows in Buffalo, and I know that it's, weather can be an issue. I can't imagine building your entire identity out of a perceived weather forecast on one day. We've had lots of playoff games. Let's run through them. How many times did it snow? Once? Cincinnati,
and it wasn't like crazy.
And Joe Burrow was able to throw that day.
Yeah.
The other playoff games at Highmark Stadium, how was the weather? Indianapolis.
Fine. Great.
Baltimore.
The one where they won 10-3. It was.
I think it was 17-10.
17-10.
Whatever. 17-3 maybe. Whatever.
It was windy, but it wasn't like
it was a COVID game. Nobody was there. But
yeah.
But it wasn't some.
It wasn't a hurricane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who else? Pittsburgh.
Great.
Miami.
It was hot. I took all my layers off that day. The perfect game.
The other Baltimore. The perfect game.
Yeah.
How many games am I at where?
Maybe one.
You shouldn't be,
maybe one or two.
You shouldn't be building a whole team out of. Right. We have to be able to run it when it's cold.
And then what about their games in Kansas City? None of those are really right. Kansas City's played the one weather game themselves, which was just that it was negative 10 degrees in Miami.
And that's
but I think Kansas City even did a lot through the air that day.
That's the other thing. Like think about the teams you're going to be competing with in the playoffs.
Right, because they're about to go on the road.
Baltimore.
Maybe.
New England, Kansas City, Cincinnati, they all play outside.
Indy's inside.
Indy is a dome team.
Yeah.
I don't know. This if in fact they thought we have to be ready for Buffalo winters, I just think like, man, that's just it's just an overcorrection.
That Bean said that at the Combine. I'm with Pat McAfee, and when I heard, I'm like, what? You built your team because of the weather? Did you watch your team play the last couple of years? It's hard to think that at the same time you could think that your defense has been the issue to not reaching the Super Bowl and then also wanting to change the identity of the offense. Because the offense, you're telling me through your action and your words, you don't think the offense is at fault. So why are you completely fundamentally changing what you are in offense?
Yeah. If that's in fact what they decided to do.
Right. It is interesting, by the way, to look at Allen's numbers this year. It just feels like they're fake. He is, right now, highest completion percentage of his career, highest yards per attempt of his career. He's on pace for 4,000 yards, 28 touchdowns, which would both beat last season. And what goes into that? Just that he's piling up those yardages and numbers and completion percentage is fake because of the screens. Like what goes into how is he at the highest yards per attempt of his career?
Is it that in two of those games he's got 2 games where it's the empty calorie 300-yard games. 394 against Baltimore, 250 in the fourth quarter.
Right.
And then Miami 300 yards in a game where for most of the game they were getting shut out.
It's only 2, though. It's not like Winston yards a lot are you're just piling it up in the second half because you're playing catch-up and you're reckless. Like, that's not Josh. The other thing, as I'm looking at his numbers that might go into that, is he's taking more sacks.
Well, that's right.
And those maybe once upon a time, those were incompletions or throwaways. Now he can't even get out of the pocket because the other thing he is the highest sack percentage since the second year of his career, and he is by a lot.
Right.
Well, so some of those failed plays are sacks.
As you said, like highest yards per attempt. That's right. Highest yards per attempt of his career and highest adjusted yards gained per attempt since
year
2020.
His second best.
Yeah. You know what that probably all spells? You know what? Just throw it more. How about the fix is not that crazy?
Right.
You've fallen in love with a rushing attack, and you should just throw it more. You should throw it more. The passing game has bigger returns than the running game. That's endlessly true. And, football's in love with running the ball. I get it. It's complimentary, but what's a great day on the ground? 120 yards. What's a great day passing? 350. You just get better. You just get better returns. Just throw it more. There you go. There's the whole answer. Throw it more. 803-0550, our phone number. I said don't let me get out of the segment without instant trivia.
Oh.
We'll do it when we get back. We'll do it when we get back.
Right when we get back.
Right when we get back. Instant trivia. MVP trivia, if you want that. Jeremy and Joe, Paul Hamilton at 8, Connor Barth and the Patriots at 8:30, and Trevor Sikkema on the Bucks at 9.
The Bills injury report from yesterday included a full practice for Josh Palmer. First time since he was injured in the Atlanta game that he was on the field as a full participant. TJ Sanders was also full at practice yesterday, as was AJ Epinesa. Limited Shaq Thompson, Dorian Williams, Khalil Shakir, Terrell Bernard, Christian Benford, and Taron Johnson. Good news for them as they missed last Sunday. And no practice for Dalton Kincaid, as was expected. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Sabres lost last night, 5-2 to Utah. They were out to a 2-0 lead and gave up 5 in a row. 1 win in their last 8. Next up is tonight. They play the number 1 team in the NHL, the Colorado Avalanche, on the road, 9 o'clock. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Quinn on the wall, gets around one check, fires it to the net, scores, tipped in by Isak Rosén at the far post.
Dan Dunleavy on the call. Sabres in Utah, that's one of the first moments of the game. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Sabres had a 2-0 lead, gave up 5 straight, lost to Utah 5-2. They'll play Colorado this evening and try to get back on the winning track. They're in 30th place. They have 4 regulation wins in 15 NHL games.
I wonder also what they'll do with Colton Ellis now. Was he one bad start away from being waived and not carrying 3? Did he even have a bad start? He was great in the first 2 periods, but then the third.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Ready for instant trivia? I've been waiting for this for a while.
Let's do it.
All right, we're going to do instant trivia. Why not? Patriots and Jets play tonight. Drake May. We're talking about Drake May.
Come on, Jets.
I'm here to say I'm not buying for a single second that Drake May is going to win the MVP.
No?
I know he's second in the odds. No. Not for a second.
Because you don't think they'll win enough games, or you don't think he'll just get the votes?
Kind of the same thing I thought about Josh Allen. Why he didn't win one and Rodgers did in a year where Allen was amazing. I don't think that May statistically is putting up the kind of numbers you need for the MVP. But that said, he's got touchdowns to interception is pretty good. I don't think the yards are gaudy enough.
They're better than Allen's were last year.
Sure. He would be the 7th player ever to win the MVP in his 2nd season.
7th.
Here's your trivia question.
Ooh.
Who are the previous 6 to win the NFL MVP in their 2nd season?
Okay.
And while you're thinking about it, I'll just keep making this point about May. Listen, I think Drake May is pretty good. I like watching him play. I'm excited to watch him play tonight. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully they lose. But I think the MVP is a voter thing. And if it's between Drake May and Matthew Stafford, the voters will go for Stafford. The MVP, I feel like the voters would want to protect it, even subconsciously or unconsciously. I don't know. It's been a nice season for him. I want to see it again. Football is absolutely addicted to, I need to see things multiple times to believe it's going to be real. I don't believe Daniel Jones could win the AFC until I see it. I don't think that the Chargers are going to win a playoff game until I see it. Why are the Bills, Ravens, and Chiefs and Bengals the teams that people say are still dangerous? Because of their quarterbacks, because they've won games before. So I think the MVP is similar. It won't go to May because he needs a year to get into the conversation, and then after that he can win it. That, I believe, also happened to Josh Allen, where a year he should have won it, he didn't because he was too new. That said, who are the other 6 MVPs to win it in their 2nd season?
The one other thing I want to attach here, if Vrabel wins Coach of the Year, doesn't that make it a lot harder for Drake May to win MVP?
You would think, but LeBron won the MVP and Mike Brown won Coach of the Year in the same season.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
I know that's the NBA, but still.
6 players that won the MVP
in their 2nd season.
Okay.
I'm going to start by saying you should get 2.
I think the most recent 2.
You could probably get 3 to 4, and 5 and 6 would be, punching. No, not impossible, but just you'd be punching up.
All right, Mahomes did it.
Yes, he did.
Because he didn't play his first year.
And he had 50 touchdowns.
Right. And then I
gaudy stats.
So if he wins in 18, I'm pretty sure Lamar wins it the next year, which would be his second year.
Correct. Led the league in touchdowns.
Yep.
Gaudy stats for that season. Lamar and Mahomes both won the MVP in their second season.
All right.
Owen, you can jump in if you want. Dan, you can jump in if you want guesses.
All right, Rodgers,
4 others won the MVP in their second season.
Rodgers didn't play in his second season. Peyton Manning.
This might be a wild one. Did Warner do it?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good guess.
Kurt Warner
Good
is
one.
correct. Great answer.
He was 36.
Great answer because it's right.
Right, because he was. I thought it was kind of a weird dart to throw, but
we're not counting his indoor football league days as seasons.
No, we do not count Arena League as NFL seasons.
All right. Did Peyton Manning do it?
He did not.
How long in did it take him? Okay. Is there any more that would be recent here? I'm trying to think.
Peyton Manning finished second in the MVP in his second season. And his third season. He didn't win the MVP until his sixth season.
Sixth?
Yes.
Jeez.
Man. Cam, no, it was a few years in. Matt Ryan was way in. Rodgers was already in.
There's only one more quarterback.
There's only one more quarterback.
Yes.
I don't think it's a recent guy. It's got to be.
Yeah, we're all going back now.
80s.
Okay, so is it like
90s.
is it like Montana?
No.
It's not Montana? Am I in the right ballpark?
Yep. Owen's knocking on the door.
Marino?
Is it?
It's Dan Marino.
Dan Marino.
Look at Owen over here.
Oh, 84.
Right.
5,000 yards.
Yeah.
Yep.
50 touchdowns. Yeah.
Dan Marino.
Or 40 touchdowns.
He won the MVP in his second, third, and fourth. Second season, right. He was all pro first, second, third, and fourth season.
So then if we're done with quarterbacks, now we're basically on to running backs because I can't think of anybody else at any other position.
Correct. And we're going back. Because running backs are not allowed to win it anymore.
Did Sean Alexander...
Further back. You're going back.
Ooh. Barry Sanders?
Back.
Walter Payton?
Back.
Come on. OJ? No.
Who's the...
back? Like Earl Campbell?
Yes.
Earl Campbell?
Uh-huh.
Start naming running
Jim
backs.
Brown?
Correct. There you go.
Who is
Jim
he?
Brown.
Jim Brown.
Jim Brown.
There we go.
Jim Brown, Earl Campbell, Dan Marino, Kurt Warner, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, and if Drake May wins it, he's on that list.
Mark Mosley wasn't in his second season when he won it as a kicker?
I don't believe so.
He was in his 10th season, it looks like.
There you go. There's your instant trivia.
He only played 9 games that year.
Patriots and Jets tonight. New England a 12.5-point favorite.
I need a documentary on this.
On what?
The 82 NFL MVP, a kicker that played 9 games won the NFL MVP. I need a documentary on that. On how that. Where's Pablo Torre? Pablo Torre finds out. How did a kicker that was not 20 of 21 played 9 games won NFL MVP? Who finished second? Dan Fouts. Give him the MVP.
Tough year for Fouts. Did Fouts ever get an MVP?
Poor Fouts. Right, like
he never got one.
Fouts. He never won an MVP.
He lost to a kicker.
That guy's got to be walking around like they stole my MVP. They gave it to a kicker who played half a season. Crazy. Maybe there was a strike that year because he also played 9 games.
Yeah,
maybe there was only 9 games.
A quick note in our former Bill, future Bill fantasy league.
Yeah,
I thought yesterday we ran waivers, and I thought you had a good point that you didn't like that we were taking guys just off the practice squad, and I thought we could make an improvement to our scoring system.
Oh, okay.
Ready?
Do that.
You get a point for every week the player is not on the team.
Right.
So, like, a guy comes back after 3 years, that's 50 points, baby. Guy comes back after 2 weeks, that's 2 points.
Yeah, 2 points for Kingsley Jonathan.
Right.
You get 1 point, actually, if you were to return this week.
I bring this up because we just had a former Bill move on practice squads, and this guy could have been on radar. He could have.
Ooh, who?
I'm a little disappointed in myself for not having this guy on my former Bill, future Bill radar.
He didn't move on to the Bills practice squad.
No.
Oh.
He went. The Giants have signed him off the Steelers practice squad.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling? He's moving again?
Isaiah Hodgins.
Oh, he was still in the league?
Yeah.
All right.
But How about that?
See, you would get a lot of points for that because he hasn't been with the Bills in
3 years.
Yeah.
Right. So that way, if a player is gone, the longer they're gone, the more points you get for them coming back. Harrison Phillips is a big score if they re-sign Harrison Phillips. Poyer would have been good. Right. But if you get your Elianku, like, all right, he is 7 points. A point for every week the player is gone.
All right.
Good deal?
Who's the most points you could get for that? Stephon Gilmore.
Gilmore would be a big one.
They're like 250 points for Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah.
Or Robert Woods.
Is Ronald Darby still in the league?
Oh, maybe. Right, like 500 points for Ronald Darby. Yeah.
All right. An improvement to our former Bill, future Bill fantasy league. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Bills and Bucks. You got that? I meant to play it. That Baker quote. Let's do that when we get back. McDermott on Baker. We found it. Okay. The quote about McDermott, or about Baker from McDermott, when I listened to it and thought, like, I wonder if he's talking to anyone when he says this. Get to that next here on WGR. I'm going to give you one quick thought on the Bills and what they might do this week. Is Mecole Hardman going to dress to give them a speed element and maybe return kicks for them? I think that's very possible. But here's a thought on Gabe Davis, and you tell me if this is
Jeremy White here for FanDuel
And I
Sportsbook.
understand that anything we're making points about, like what they could do in the passing game. But if Gabe Davis is elevated to the 53 and plays, and Josh Palmer returns, and they have outside receivers of Palmer and Davis, I think that could work for them, and I think that could be an upgrade. And without even really saying anything about Coleman, who I do think is catching too much flack. But think about this with Gabe. We talked about Gabe for years, right? Some of his greatest moments. He's a productive receiver that is a home run of a draft pick in the 4th round, and he had a good story, and then he left because the Bills decided not to pay him, and that's totally fine. However, and this is a compliment to Gabe, the idea of putting him in for Keon Coleman gives me one thing, and that's this. As much as we talked about Gabe, we never said he was playing out of position. Never.
Right.
Nobody ever said that I can remember, he really shouldn't be on the outside. He should be a big slot. Never heard that about Gabe once. It was
never once.
He doesn't really uncover against man and doesn't run a full route tree. Okay. But he wasn't out of his depth.
Right.
Out there. He was productive. So just if we're going on rolls and a receiver goes in to a spot, he goes into a spot he is, or at least during his career, he was modestly qualified for, where it looks like with Coleman, he's out of position. So could that be an upgrade? I think it could.
I would expect it to be. It's tough because we don't know how healthy Gabe is.
Right. If you want to give it a couple of weeks, maybe you could get the upgrade, but right off the bat,
right.
10 snaps, 30 snaps, I don't know what the number is. If you sit in these chairs, or sometimes if you want to try to pick through what people say. When McDermott's talking about Baker, I wonder if he's talking to someone else. Because what he says is leadership, fire, consistency, that message, people see you. And I thought, is he talking to his own quarterback about standing up on the sidelines and engaging with people again and getting something back? They're looking to you, body language, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I know the Bills actually really value body language because Allen talks about it. He talks about body language with receivers. They've got people down there that talk about the importance of that. And I don't know if they are keying in on Allen's body language when he's just sitting on the sidelines in between drives. He's always kind of done that. I'm not one to sit here and say it's bad, but I wonder if they're looking for a little bit of a change there, because when he talked about Baker yesterday, I thought he's talking to someone. Maybe he's talking to Keon Coleman. Maybe he's talking to Deion Walker. I mean, like, it could be anybody. But, if you go to a podium and say something that's complimentary of an opponent, but is a little bit like, yeah, how about that? I mean, I feel like I'm entitled to read into it a little bit.
It's possible. It could just be, though, the things he remembers that he loved about Baker when they were in the pre-draft process, couldn't it be? Because didn't a lot of people think they liked Baker and liked him a lot?
Yes.
Going into that draft?
Yes.
And why would you have liked Baker?
Probably because of his attitude.
Is it right? Because he does have a cannon arm. I think he had the longest throw in the league in the last 10 years until Rodgers just did that Hail Mary a couple of weeks ago. Like, he's got a cannon, but why would you be drawn to him? Right, because he is fiery and he will want to fight you on the field if you get in his face. And Allen's a trash talker too, by the way, but just like kind of a different way. Allen's more of like, remember the Dolphins player, like, who's this guy? Who's this name on the back? Mayfield is like, I will fight you. I don't care who you are. So it could just be remembering what he liked about Baker. But I wouldn't throw out the possibility.
At something, you got to bring a certain attitude and a certain passion and a certain commitment to the table, whether you're a football coach, a football team, or any walk of life. Whatever job you're doing, no different for you guys, I'm sure. You got to bring a certain level of passion to the job.
Sean McDermott there. You want to be good at something? You got to bring a certain attitude. Talking to anybody else?
He did say that you guys, right?
That's right.
In the media.
I bring
that.
We bring attitude. That's right. That's our style. Bring an attitude today. Today that attitude is go Jets.
Go Jets?
Go Jets. Yeah. 803-0550 our phone number and 1-888-550-2550.
The other reason you want to root for the Jets is you don't want them having the number one pick, do you? Although, is there a quarterback to be afraid of Miami or the Jets getting this year? Maybe.
Debatable.
The Jets would pick 5th if the season ended today. There's a lot of bad teams.
Yes, there are.
Miami, with that win, went from, they would have had looks like the 2nd pick, and now it's 7th. Dolphins fans, you should be mad. You finally beat the Bills, and it didn't even help you.
You know who is very excited right now? One fan base that I think could be fun to talk about. Fan base, I might want to use that loosely. Do you see who picks 10th right now?
Atlanta? Oh, no.
The Rams.
Because they traded their first-round pick for the Pierce, the pass rusher?
Uh-huh. The Rams. Right now, the Rams pick 10th.
Wow.
Every week, they're watching the Rams win, and they're rooting for the Atlanta to lose. Imagine if a team won the Super Bowl and picked 4th.
Right. That'd be pretty great. I mean, they could be thinking about replacing Stafford, right?
Right. They could definitely win the Super Bowl.
They could win the Super Bowl and get their next quarterback because as long as Stafford's there, they're not going to be bad enough to ever be that high.
Are you ready for what they probably should consider doing?
What's that?
If you're Sean McVay and you magically win and Stafford retires and you have the 7th pick, you should start offering that 7th pick for a quarterback that you know can win. Why wouldn't he just do it again? He's good. He knows. He's great.
Who's going to want to make that trade with you?
Well, who's the quarterback? Is it who's the quarterback?
You need a good quarterback on a team that thinks they need to start over because the rest of it isn't really working?
Yes. And who is that? It's a good question. Is that Dak? How about that?
Okay, there you go.
Is that Dak Prescott? That's the first name I thought of. Is it?
That's not bad.
Is it
Jared Goff?
Right, Goff.
Goff back.
Is it
Who'd be ready
might
to
be the
move?
only one to think about here.
Herbert?
No, they're not. They're not off of that. No way. They're good.
Yeah.
I mean, how good of an idea?
I don't know. There's another guy.
Come on with Dak.
I think it's got it. Dak's the only one I could see, unless Ben Johnson hates Caleb Williams.
He doesn't. I don't think.
Then Purdy. No, there's nobody.
If they don't
It's
like
gotta
the
be Dak.
quarterback
It's
and,
gotta be
and
Dak.
Stafford's going to retire, like Dak Prescott is a great idea. He's very good.
Right. I mean, the Jags might be willing to give you Trevor Lawrence.
He's
for the
very
7th
good.
pick, but you're not going to want to do that, are you?
And it's not like McVay it needs one of these scrambling guys. Of course, he's got Stafford, who's over-under every week and running is a half yard.
Could McVay look at Lawrence and say, I can make him great?
I thought about that, too. The name crossed my mind.
Like, Lawrence. He's got tools, gifted prospect. It hasn't worked. I'm going to make him elite.
Boy, it's the first time I've thought of this just because of I went to tankathon.com NFL where you can get to the live draft, where the draft would be today.
Yeah.
Where do the Bills pick if the draft was today?
Ooh, 22nd?
23rd.
That's right, where receivers have generally gone the last couple of years.
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Boy, I really like that Dak idea right now.
Dak to the Rams.
For a first-round pick. And the
Is
first
Jerry Jones going to want to trade Dak Prescott away?
He just traded Micah Parsons.
But that's because he thought he had to stop the run.
What's he think he's got to do?
Or something.
I mean, I just think it's
it's not impossible. Yeah. He's got to love a guy, though, doesn't he, in the draft? Jerry Jones got that's happened. He wanted Manziel, I remember.
I'm sure you can convince him somebody in the draft. Or who's convincing him? He's just watching himself and picking a guy.
I guess I don't know the draft quarterbacks yet, so I don't because Arch Manning's not coming out. So I don't know who's the Ty Simpson is the name.
There's a couple.
T-Burn in chat just said, "What about Kyler Murray with Sean McVay?"
You're not going to want to trade that high a pick though.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's a guy you could get.
Could be. I just think that could be like fun.
Let me put it this way: I would way rather have a rookie in the top 10 than start my franchise with Kyler Murray.
That's true.
Would you rather have a rookie in the top 10? Again, you're McVay.
I'm McVay. I'd rather have the rookie.
Would you rather a rookie in the top 10 or Dak Prescott?
Dak.
By a lot.
Dak. Yeah. But I'd rather have the rookie than Kyler. I don't want Kyler Murray.
No, me neither. Watch McVay take Jacoby Brissett to new heights. He's doing pretty well with the Cardinals right now.
Yep.
All right, Jets and Patriots tonight. The Patriots wearing their rivalry nor'easter uniforms. So be on the lookout for those. They have fish netting on the shoulders.
Oh, do they? Do they?
Fish nets. Yep. I think they look good. And the font and the color of the numbers is like the numbers on Navy ships. 803-0550. Paul, when we get back, and two very juicy stories to get to where we're going to bring in senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker for As a Goalie, because two things happened to goalies last night that are worth discussing. Paul coming up on the Sabres, who fell in Utah. It's coming up here on WGR. If you sit in these chairs, or sometimes if you want to try to pick through what people say, when McDermott's talking about Baker, I wonder if he's talking to someone here else. to tell you about because what he says is leadership, fire, consistency, that message, people see you. And I thought, is he talking to his own quarterback about standing up on the sidelines and engaging with people again and getting something back? They're looking to you, body language, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I know the Bills actually really value body language because Allen talks about it. He talks about body language with receivers. They've got people down there that talk about the importance of that. And I don't know if they are keying in on Allen's body language when he's just sitting on the sidelines in between drives. He's always kind of done that. I'm not one to sit here and say it's bad, but I wonder if they're looking for a little bit of a change there, because when he talked about Baker yesterday, I thought he's talking to someone. Maybe he's talking to Keon Coleman. Maybe he's talking to Deion Walker. I mean, like, really, could be anybody. But,
yeah,
if you go to a podium and say something that's complimentary of an opponent, but is a little bit like, yeah, how about that? I mean, I feel like I'm entitled to read into it a little bit.
It's possible. It could just be, though, the things he remembers that he loved about Baker when they were in the pre-draft process. Couldn't it be? Because didn't a lot of people think they liked Baker and liked him a lot?
Yes.
Going into that draft?
Yes.
And why would you have liked Baker?
Probably because of his attitude.
Is it right? Because he does have a cannon arm. I think he had the longest throw in the league in the last 10 years until Rodgers just did that Hail Mary a couple of weeks ago. Like, he's got a cannon, but why would you be drawn to him? Right, because he is fiery and he will want to fight you on the field if you get in his face. And Allen's a trash talker too, by the way, but just like kind of a different way. Allen's more of like, remember the Dolphins player, like, who's this guy? Who's this name on the back? Mayfield is like, I will fight you. I don't care who you are. So it could just be remembering what he liked about Baker. But I wouldn't throw out the possibility. And it's the last weather game we had like that. Not like snow, where, like, I remember, I'm sure there's been many since then. I went to a game maybe in 2007. The Bills got rolled by San Francisco at home. I think Edwards and Lossman played. They scored maybe 3 points, and it was 45 and rainy the whole day. It's the most miserable Bills game I think I've ever been to in my life. And it was partially because it was like 45 and raining the entire day.
When I think of the worst weather games I can remember, there's the really cold ones, which I would not put in the category of worst. It is
the perfect game might be the best.
Yeah, I mean that was 8 degrees below zero, and it was fine. Then there's the Giants game where they are leading the Giants and they lose to the Giants. The temperature drops 20 degrees at halftime after it had been raining. So if you were wearing pants and they were wet, they froze. You could your pants could freeze in the position that they were in. There's that one.
What year is that?
That's a Coughlin-Eli Giants team.
Is that the game where Ahmad Bradshaw breaks like an 80-yard run?
Maybe.
Okay, all right.
I think it's one of the years the Giants win the Super Bowl. They came into town, and it was a little bit of, is Eli going to get benched? Is Coughlin going to get fired? And then they rattled off a bunch of wins. So 2011, maybe? Probably 2007, 2011, one of those years.
I found this Bills game I was at, by the way. November 30th of 2008. The Bills lost 10-3, and it was 43 degrees.
Yikes.
30. Sabres fall last night to the Utah Mammoth. They got out to a 2-0 lead. Isak Rozan scored both of the Sabres' first 2 goals, and then it was 5 unanswered by Utah. And that's now 1 win in their last 8, the Sabres, and they play tonight in Colorado. No easier. The number 1 team in the league on the road. 9 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. To the Bills. Injury report from yesterday. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. No practice for Dalton Kincaid. That was expected. He's week to week with a hamstring injury. No practice for Fedarian Mathis, Bills defensive tackle either. Limited. Christian Benford, Taron Johnson, Shaq Thompson, who all missed this past Sunday. They were all on the field in some capacity. Full practices for Josh Palmer, AJ Epinesa, and TJ Sanders. Bills also signing defensive end Morgan Fox to the practice squad, veteran who has 15 sacks in his last 3 years at defensive end. And tonight, Thursday Night Football, Jets and Patriots. The Patriots with a lead in the AFC East, so Bills fans should be rooting for the Jets. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Paul Hamilton joining us. Sabres in Utah and then Colorado. So back-to-back. Paul, where are you now?
I am still in Salt Lake.
Okay. In Salt Lake, making your way to Colorado, to Denver today for the Sabres and Avalanche.
How far is that of a trip? Salt Lake City? Because I feel like it feels like on a map it's not that big, but I bet it's probably
I'm going to guess
far.
it's a 90-minute flight. How is it?
That's it.
Okay. All right.
It is that close?
Yeah.
All
right. Well, Paul, Colorado tonight, which is a big test. And last night they gave up 5 straight to Utah in a loss to the Mammoth. I want to start, Paul, by asking, what level of expectation is fair / okay to have given the number of injuries they have? Because they do have a lot, and they're probably not a team that's built to sustain a lot and endure a lot. So how do you end up squaring that? Because they're missing very important players.
They are, and they were missing some very important players who had uniforms on last night. Tage Thompson and Alex Tuck and Ryan McLeod were absolute no-shows. No-shows. They didn't show up whatsoever. No shots from any of them. And if those three show up, you win a hockey game. Simple as that. Utah's best players showed up. Buffalo's, they might as well stayed on the bus. That's why the Florida Panthers. They lost their captain, and they lost Tkachuk. And Tkachuk, but you don't have Tkachuk. You don't have Barkov. They'll survive, and they are surviving. The Ottawa Senators might be a better example. They don't have Tkachuk. Their best player by far, Batherson, didn't start the year. He was out. Where are they? They're doing pretty well. They're doing pretty well.
Mm-hmm. So, Paul,
yeah. So I understand, but the thing is, the Sabres can't overcome it because they aren't built with any depth whatsoever.
Well, is the worst part about last night maybe that a couple of the guys that wouldn't be in the lineup for all of those injuries, Ostlund, Roseanne, Dunn has been giving you good shifts, that you are getting some contribution from the replacement level guys, and your guys that would have been in the lineup if everyone was healthy are the ones letting you down?
That's the thing. You got some secondary scoring. You got the lead. Your goaltender was playing great. You're getting the goaltending. You're getting the secondary scoring in this hockey game. You've jumped out to a 2-0 lead. And even though you were being outshot after 40 minutes, you were leading in shot attempts. You were leading in block shots. You were leading in hits. And the only real problem they were having is they couldn't contain their best line. Utah's best player showed up. Now, they hadn't scored yet, but Cooley and Keller and Schmaltz were flying. And the Sabres had no answers for him at all. And they were just all over him, and Ellis was making great saves on him. Simple as that. That line was getting goalied. But the Sabres couldn't handle him at all. And that's why I said to Brian for a minute, I said that really the thing that they have to do is find a way to slow that line down. And sure enough, they did finally start scoring in the third period. So after 40 minutes, you had the 2-0 lead midway through the second. You gave up one goal. All right. It was a screenshot. Ellis never saw it. Dunn screened him, and he never saw it. But you're still 2-1. And all right, go win a hockey game. And I said to Brian, not only do they have to get points in this game, they have to win this game. We had talked about, if you're going to keep yourselves alive in this race by the end of the weekend, you probably got to take 3 points. Well, there were 2 sitting right there for them. And then, I knew Colorado was good, and I was looking before I went to bed. I didn't realize they had one regulation loss all year.
Yeah, right.
One regulation loss. They have gotten points in 16 of their 17 games. They are, the number one team in the NHL in points. They are the number one team in the NHL in goals for, and then the number 2 team in the NHL in goals against. And they have not lost in regulation at home. I believe they're 5-0-2 if I'm going by memory. So when I say you had to get 3 points, I don't think you're getting points in back-to-back on the second day of a back-to-back in Colorado. So I'm thinking, all right, you got to get 2, and you have a good opportunity to maybe get 2 in Utah and 2 in Detroit, maybe. But the Colorado portion of it, you're going to be lucky if you stay within 3 or 4 goals. They also have the leading scorer in the league too. It was just a golden opportunity missed, and I was remembered at 2-1. It was actually 2-0 when the first one hit, where they could have gone up 3-0. It was the Utah turned the puck over. Dunn was all by himself, one-on-one with Vejmelka, and Vejmelka makes the save, but he's down and out, and Dunn follows up. Dunn, all he's got to do is make contact with the puck, and it's 3-0. And he made contact with the puck barely. He pretty much fanned on it. And the puck just dribbles into the crease, and then it's bouncing around still. Kesselring follows in. He takes it back and puts it right back into the down and out of Vejmelka, and you don't score there. Okay. Then Utah does score, make it 2-1. And right after that, Greenway comes right down Main Street, right down the slot, all by himself, takes his time, gets his head up, takes a look, and what does he do? What do the Sabres always do? Hits the post, square on. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, you could just see him looking. You could see him pick that corner. And, he had it. And he just hit the post square. So, instead of being 3-1, it's 2-1 still. And those were the two chances I thought that were just not only grade A scoring chances. They're basically open nets. Now, who knows what happens then? Is it a different hockey game at 3-0, or is it a different hockey game at 3-1? I would think it is. We don't know for sure. If the third period plays out the same way. The Sabres, I don't think, basically have no resistance whatsoever like they did in the third period. That was pathetic. Not only were their best players pathetic, but that was just, you gave up 5 unanswered goals to a team that basically was pretty much ready to let you win. And here you are. You lost going away 5-2, and of course you had to give up your empty netter, your 7th of the season. So, it's getting to a point now, I'm being totally serious here, that they probably should not pull the goalie because it's going in their net. They cannot play 6-on-5. They just cannot. They are better off, I think, just trying to play 5-on-5 because 6-on-5 they are giving up an empty netter. They never score. They have no empty net goals for this year, and they've given up 7, which I think is it's either the worst in the league or second worst. When they gave up the 6, they were the worst in the league for the second straight year. Last year they were also worst in the league at it. They are horrendous at 6-on-5 to a point where I think they probably should stop pulling the goalie.
Paul Hamilton, you're a vibe this morning, Paul. Let me tell you, holy cow! I get it; it's justified. I wanted to ask you back to you mentioned the top line like Thompson, Tuck, McLeod. Thompson for a couple weeks there, a couple games, we would say like, all right, slow starter. Do you see a player that maybe that little stretch there where the Sabres were playing a little bit better hockey that is faded and they do not win a lot? Do you see a player that is checking out? Do you see a player that's on a line where he's lacking chemistry because, they have had to shuffle things around? Like, what do you see in Thompson's game that is missing?
He absolutely checked out last night. I wouldn't say he's checked out the whole year, but he was nowhere to be found last night. Nowhere. He should be embarrassed and Tuck was embarrassed. Tuck talked after the game. Thompson didn't run and hide. We just didn't ask for him. We had asked for Tuck. We wanted to talk to Ellis, because he had gotten his second start, and Roseanne, who scored a couple of goals, he deserved to talk. So I don't want people to think that Thompson was running and hiding. Had he been asked, he would have talked. But just nowhere to be found. To a point where I questioned to Brian, are some guys on this team trying to get people fired? By people, either Kevin Adams or Lindy Ruff or both, because That's what I saw last night. I saw a bunch of guys who basically just, as I said, they may as well stayed on the bus.
Yeah, Paul. There'd been some speculation that if the start wasn't good, that changes could happen. Do you think we should start to be on watch for that?
There was speculation there should have been changes last April. Terry Pagula is totally fine with this, and I'm saying that by his actions. He let a GM go into a 6th year when after 5 years the team was probably in worse shape than it was when he started. So that tells me that Terry Pagula is totally fine with what he's seeing on the ice, because he let that GM go into a 6th year. There's no organization in the NHL that would have let the GM go into the 6th year. None, except this one. And so if he did make a change then, why would he be considering it now? I mean, that's the way I look at it. And, they'll just say it was injuries, and they're not wrong. Injuries have hurt them. But also, when you have injuries and your top players aren't your top players, and the thing I think that's really annoying is they were their top players for the third period in Carolina. That line really played well, and they scored a couple of goals. Tuck and Thompson both scored, and they look good. And it's like, yeah, okay, there you go. And I thought to myself, and I talked about it, and probably with you guys and in the pregame, that this could be a springboard for those guys. It's like, okay, they played really well. Build on it. You didn't win the game in Carolina, but build on it. Again, there was another right there. That Carolina game, you give up just a goal where Byram was like, what are you doing? That's Eric Robinson that looks like Wayne Gretzky that just walked in there. And he just Gretzky'd you. And we talk about getting goalied. He got Gretzky'd by Eric Robinson. And then you don't get a save. And now it's 4-1. And then all of a sudden this team takes off and it's 4-3. It's like, yeah, maybe if you wouldn't have given up that goal in the first 29 seconds of the third period by Eric Robinson, you could have gotten points in that game too. But they came to the party, so it's like, okay, there you go. Now build on that. You got a couple of goals. You have some confidence here. Build on it. And they didn't build on it at all. It was embarrassing. And why? What are you doing that you can't build on? In Tage Thompson's case, you can't build on winning a gold medal where you scored the golden goal. You can't. You should have been so raring to go by the time you got to training camp, that because now you've won something. But it's just, I can't explain it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I'm not Tage Thompson. I can't tell you if he's happier that Adams is here. If he's not happy Adams is here, I don't know. And he's not going to say it publicly, even if you asked him. So I don't know what's happening here. But Tage Thompson, very little of what Tage Thompson can play like has shown up in this season.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline here talking Sabres, says they lost to Utah last night and they'll play Colorado next, then Detroit, then come back home. It's 5 wins in, is it 14 games? 5 wins in 14 games for the Sabres right now? Or
it's one win in 8.
1 win in 8, yeah. And overall, maybe it's 5 and 16.
5 and 16.
5 wins.
And they have 3 fewer wins than any team in the conference.
Yeah.
They're now 30th in the league.
I saw that,
in points.
And I'll tell you, Paul, injuries are a part of this, but for a team that made the trades they made and said, we've got plenty of scoring, they don't score.
Well, and the injuries don't appear, Paul, to be anywhere near coming back other than Benson, right? Because Lindy said with us the other day, Zucker hasn't eaten in 2 weeks. Kulik, blood clot thing could be anything. Dahlin is a defenseman, but he's offense, and he's out probably for a while. Other than Benson, I don't really think the cavalry's coming.
Yeah, and he's right about Zucker. Not only does Zucker have to start feeling better, once he starts feeling better, how much weight has he lost? How much strength has he lost? That he's going to have to, get training again before you can use them. And so it's not just feeling better. It's, getting his whole body better. I mean, Bulldog said yesterday when I was on with him, remember last year, the year before, where he was in the hospital for 8 or 9 days, and he said he didn't eat a thing, and he lost like 20 pounds of muscle. Now, he's not a fine condition athlete, as he said, but still, it just gives you an idea that I don't think he's just going to say, "Oh, finally, I feel better. Okay, I'll be standing in front of that in the power play tomorrow." No, I don't think so. I think you've got to get ramped up again. So that has to happen. We're talking about a blood clot that needs to dissolve. Nobody knows how long that's going to take. It's different. There are players who've never played again. Now, I don't think that's what Kolik is, because Lindy said that he expects that he will play again this year.
Because they found it early.
Yeah. So these are things that you just don't know. We don't know how long Dahlin is going to be in Sweden. That's a situation he may not even know. That's a hurting guy right now. And he doesn't know which way to turn. And he's scared, and that's the thing I think we all forget about with athletes sometime, that real life happens for them too. They're fathers, they're husbands, they have things to do. I mean, they that don't have anything to do with money. I know they make a lot of money, and that can, so they don't have to worry about, can they buy groceries this week, or are they going to be able to put gas in the car or anything like that? I understand that. But there also are situations in life that money are not going to take care of. And, that kid is scared to death right now. And, he is the captain of the Buffalo Sabres, but that comes way, way later than what he's going through.
Paul Hamilton, his appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. All right, Paul, Colorado tonight.
Back to back.
We'll talk tomorrow. All right. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. Take care.
Thanks, Paul. I'll pick myself up off the floor. Hold on. Let me watch some Gavin McKenna highlights.
Yeah.
I mean, really, it's
Gavin McKenna. Best first overall pick probably since Matthews. Some are saying since McDavid.
They say. That's
yeah,
what
but
they
some
say.
They don't always say that about everybody.
Uh-huh.
We knew going into a lot of those years, like, not a year with a top guy, not a year with a top
That's
guy.
right.
This is a year with, like, okay, here we go.
It's worth pointing out.
Top guy.
It's worth pointing out that a year of a top guy sometimes means that guy is McDavid or Matthews, and sometimes it just means that he's clearly the best of a group. And I'm going to give you a comparison here. Because I was talking to my brother-in-law about McKenna. My brother-in-law works for Ohio State's hockey team. He's the athletic trainer for Ohio State's hockey team.
Yep.
They play Penn State. They saw McKenna. And I said, what'd you think? What'd you think of McKenna? Like, you see some of the skill, but like we swallowed him up. And he was kind of, his take on it was he thought he would see more from him. And here, I'm not calling him a bust in his first year in college, but McKenna has, in how many games? Like, check his Penn State stats.
Okay.
He's a freshman, right?
He is a freshman.
Freshman and playing at Penn State.
He has 14 points in 12 games.
Okay. 14 points in 12 games.
Yep.
By comparison, Eichel as a freshman at BU had 71 points in the season. They don't play 50 games, 70 games.
30-something games.
Yeah. So, like, he's jumped up to college hockey. The highlights from Medicine Hat, he looks like an absolute wizard.
Yeah, he had 129 points in 56 games in the WHL last year.
He is a wizard of a stick handler. He does things that I would describe as crossover dribbles and the weird stuff that I don't want to say I've never seen people try it before, but My guess is, and Owen, you can chime in on this, I feel like what people will say about McKenna is a lot of the stuff he's doing, he will not be doing in the NHL. I know that's a cliche to say all the time.
Right.
This might be the first time I actually agree with it.
And I think what he's doing now is the perfect way to prepare him for that. Because going from Medicine Hat in the WHL to Penn State in D1 college hockey, where you're playing like 24-year-old men, is a very different thing.
Right.
And I think that's why you're not seeing as much of what he kind of used to do at Medicine Hat, where he is genuinely maybe the greatest stick handler I've ever witnessed.
It's absolute wizardry.
Incredible.
Yeah.
But in college hockey, you are getting smothered.
Right.
I mean, it's as close to pro as non-pro hockey gets, is college D1 hockey.
Yeah,
it's a very different game than Canadian Hockey League or USHL, where you see a lot of these guys play. It's harder, it's heavier, they play less games, and it's tough to play there.
And I'm not trying to make like endless comparisons to Eichel. Maybe Eichel was so able to translate to college hockey because his game is so much power.
Yes.
And he was always super strong.
That's where the difference comes.
Right. He could
McKenna
play.
He's Bedard. He's a little like, I think McDavid would have had a tougher time. McDavid might
He's
not be
McDavid, right.
McDavid. But I think if you put McDavid and Eichel both in college hockey that year, Eichel had that Hobie Baker season.
Yeah.
I think Eichel performs better than McDavid does.
Just because of the style.
Just because of the style of the game and the way that Jack was built to dominate that type of game.
Right. But these McKenna highlights
is the opposite of that.
These McKenna highlights at Medicine Hat, whatever.
Well, here's another one. Celebrini, who is 6 foot. Macklin Celebrini was the first overall pick, had 64 points at Boston University, and he is now second in the NHL in points.
Right.
But he had 64 points.
In how many games?
38.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number.
Utah, by the way, has not beaten any other team than the Buffalo Sabres in 18 days.
Okay.
They lost to Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto, Tampa. And also Edmonton. But they lost to 4 other Atlantic Division teams during this trip that they had and then return home, and they beat Buffalo twice within that.
Sweet. Meanwhile, we're going to get to as a goalie there. Oh, and did you see the Swayman highlight? I watched it a second time, and it's actually scarier than you realize.
It's nightmare fuel.
Yeah.
So Jeremy Swayman of the Bruins last night, they're playing the Leafs. There's a slap shot from the point that comes, it gets deflected. If you watch it the first time, it looks like the slap shot knocks his helmet off. And that is not what happens.
No.
His helmet is already coming off, and the puck hits it and knocks it further off.
Yeah.
That puck comes 1 nanosecond later, and that is a 100-mile-an-hour slap shot in the face.
Yeah, you've got a possible casualty.
Yes.
If that hits Swayman. Like, that is serious.
The first view, you're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. In the second view, I mean, he is...
Steven Lorentz comes through the crease, barely, but his elbow's above the crease, and just barely shaves Swayman. And just the way the helmets are built, there's elastic on the sides and the top, and that's what keeps it on. And if you come from the bottom and kind of lift it, it's very easy to take the helmet off.
Yeah.
And that's what happened there. And you see it literally in the air, the puck hits the mask.
Yeah.
And Swayman gets up and looks around like, oh, I almost just died on the ice. Like, for real, almost just died. It was a bomb from the point. Not touched, nothing, and it just glances the mask.
I saw some people tweeting like, "Well, it would have been like back in the old days when they weren't wearing helmets." Like, buddy, they were not shooting 96-mile-per-hour slap shots in 1947.
They were using limbs of a tree to gently brush.
How fast were the shots back then?
I don't know.
60 miles an hour.
They weren't 96.
I wouldn't have blamed Swayman if he checked himself out of the game. I got to go sit down.
Seriously.
That was close.
It is genuinely very impressive that he was able to collect himself and finish that game. Because that is a life flashes before your eyes moment. That is legit.
We got to get a break in, and we're talking Patriots next. They play tonight against the Jets, so stay tuned. Alex Barth on the Patriots, who the Bills have to chase down. But before the show's over, we got to get to what happened in Rochester last night, too, because the head coach talked about pulling the goalie, and it was as candid as you'll ever hear about one of those situations. So
we got to talk about that.
All right. We'll do that. We've also got Trevor Sikkema on the Bucks coming up in the 9 o'clock segment. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550 here on WGR. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sports. I'm going to give you one quick thought on the Bills and what they might do this week. Is Mecole Hardman going to dress to give them a speed element and maybe return kicks for them? I think that's very possible. But here's a thought on Gabe Davis, and you tell me if this is wrong. And I understand that we're making points about like what they could do in the passing game. But if Gabe Davis is elevated to the 53 and plays, and Josh Palmer returns, and they have outside receivers of Palmer and Davis, I think that could work for them, and I think that could be an upgrade. And without even really saying anything about Coleman, who I do think is catching too much flack, but think about this with Gabe. We talked about Gabe for years, right? Some of his greatest moments. He's a productive receiver that is a home run of a draft pick in the 4th round, and he had a good story, and then he left because the Bills decided not to pay him, and that's totally fine. However, and this is a compliment to Gabe, the idea of putting him in for Keon Coleman gives me one thing, and that's this. As much as we talked about Gabe, we never said he was playing out of position. Never.
Right.
Nobody ever said that I can remember. He really shouldn't be on the outside. He should be a big slot. Never heard that about Gabe once. It was
never once.
He doesn't really uncover against man and doesn't run a full route tree. Okay. But he wasn't out of his depth.
Right.
Out there. He was productive. So just if we're going on rolls and a receiver goes in to a spot, he goes into a spot he is, or at least during his career, he was modestly qualified for, where it looks like with Coleman, he's out of position. So could that be an upgrade? I think it could.
I would expect it to be. It's tough because we don't know how healthy Gabe is.
Right. If you want to give it a couple of weeks, maybe you could get the upgrade, but right off the bat,
right.
10 snaps, 30 snaps, I don't know what the number is.
Late one for the Sabres last night. They had a 9 o'clock puck drop in Utah. Got the first 2 goals. Isak Rozan scored to make it 2-0, and then Utah scored 5 in a row. Mammoth win. That is 1 win in the Sabres' last 8 games, and they play Colorado tonight, the number 1 team in the NHL, on the road, back-to-back. So 9 o'clock tonight. We'll have pregame starting at 8 here on WGR. For the Bills, some good news on the injury report yesterday. Josh Palmer returned to practice as a full participant for the first time since he was injured in the Atlanta game. TJ Sanders, also a full participant, as was AJ Epinesa. Both of them missed last Sunday. Christian Benford, Taron Johnson, Shaq Thompson, who all missed the Miami game, were limited at practice. The only 2 players not participating, Dalton Kincaid, no surprise there, he's week to week, and defensive tackle Fedarian Mathis. That's the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Thursday Night Football tonight, Patriots and Jets. Bills fans will be rooting for the Jets. We'll talk more about that game in New England coming up next with Alex Barth. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Is it over in the AFC East?
Yes, I'm going to go Patriots. I don't think it's over, but I think the Bills have a really, really tough road to getting back ahead. I mean, we got to see the Patriots fall in a game like we have this week. They got to lose some that now you don't think they should.
I went from the Bills are still going to win the AFC East this last week to doing okay, what's the rest of their schedule? Are they going to finish 10-7? Which, now it's can the Bills, as long as they get into the playoffs, we're going to be just fine.
Andrew Whitworth and then Ryan Fitzpatrick on the Fitz and Whit podcast talking about Bills and Patriots. They were in town the last time these 2 teams played Thursday Night Football at Highmark Stadium. We welcome in Alex Barth, who is on the Western Hotline, Boston Sports for 98.5 The Sports Hub. Alex, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, Thursday Night Football tonight. The Patriots back at it tonight. Thanks for taking time this morning.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me. Good morning.
We kind of have this conversation a little bit here. Do you think the division is over? Does New England deserve the benefit of the doubt here, you think, that they'll get this thing over the line one way or another? They play the Bills once. They have a tough game maybe with the Ravens. Other than that, it looks like a fairly favorable schedule. Is a general belief there that New England will get this thing done?
I mean, look, 7 games is a long time in the NFL. And with a young team that's going to be a little more erratic, you never know. But, yeah, people are starting to seriously talk division, and I think that win over Tampa is a big reason for it. A lot was made of the Patriots' easy schedule. I think some of it's justified. Look, they were blowing those teams out. They weren't just beating them. They were blowing them out. You can only play who's on your schedule. But you did want to see it against a tougher opponent. This was on the road, too, some tougher conditions. It was raining, and they went in and they won that one, and they won that one pretty decisively. So I think after seeing them beat a team like Tampa, the picture gets, and then, Buffalo obviously losing the same week, it gets a lot more crystallized. It's this is, they're in the driver's seat. This isn't just, they're up a game because they have the tiebreaker or whatever. They're really, it feels like, in control of the division.
Right, because now it kind of sets up, Alex, where it feels like even if they were to fall to the 2 toughest teams they play, but they just win the games that they quote-unquote should win, I mean, the Bills would have to then run the table to win the division, and they're not playing at a level right now that it feels like that will happen. So I guess, do they seem like a team right now that will get through the easy games and not drop one? Tonight's another one of these. Do you think they have it in them to have a dumb loss to the Jets like we just saw the Bills have?
I mean, again, it's the NFL. You talk about tonight. It's a Thursday night game. Those are always a little weird. It's a divisional game, which is always a little weird, as you guys saw last week. So, Mike Vrabel, when he was introduced back in January, he was asked the pillars of his program, of what he was going to build. And the first thing he said was, at the time in January, we are not good enough to take advantage of bad football. That's number one. Take advantage of bad football and cut out our own bad football. And so far, this Patriots team has done that and done that emphatically. And, hearing that quote and just being a believer in what Vrabel does, that's where I think, for me, that's where my 10-win projection came from at the beginning of the year. Looks like they might soar right past that. But that's a tenet of his program, is taking care of the bad football. So if they can keep doing that, if Joe Burrow's back for the Cincinnati game in Cincinnati, that's a little tricky. Going into Baltimore, if Lamar Jackson's healthy, I don't care what their record is, that's a tough game. And then obviously Buffalo coming to New England. If they get, one of those three, I think they're in good shape, especially if the one is the Buffalo game. If they take two of those three, I did the math yesterday on the Catch 22 podcast with Evan Lazar. If the Patriots take two of those three and clean up the rest of their business, the Bills, I think, have to go whatever it is, 5-1, 6-1. They'd only have one loss left down the stretch of the season. And ultimately that game in New England between the two probably settles the division. And there is a chance, depending on how things go, that ultimately is a hat and T-shirt game for the Patriots.
Alex Barth on the Western Highline. Alex, how good is their defense? I feel like I've seen some good numbers. They do well against the run. And then I've seen some that the pass defense might not be all there. I know they've battled some injuries with Christian Gonzalez. So when healthy, how good is New England's defense?
It's a good unit. The run stuff, the run defense has been excellent. Maybe a couple of cracks last week against the Bucs. They'll get a good test tonight, but they just play so aggressively up front, aggressively but disciplined, that they're able to clog a lot of rushing lanes. It's just when they start missing tackles is really the only way they get burned there. In the pass game, the numbers are weird because they've played a lot of off coverage this year, which was not expected. When you go out, you add a corner like Carlton Davis to Christian Gonzalez, and you bring in these pass rushers, you'd think that you'd play a little more up, a little more press, a little more aggressive. They've played off a lot, so you have teams gaining these chunks, but they've also done a really good job of kind of clamping down when they need to clamp down. They've been one of the better third down teams in the NFL this year, and opponents have, it's not the fewest, but among the fewest trips to the red zone against the Patriots this year. They score a lot when they get to the red zone, so it's this weird thing where when teams get down there, they score, but they don't get down there a lot. So when they need to make plays, they can make plays. It's just they're sort of back to that bend, don't break thing they did under Belichick for a long time.
Where's the fairest questioning of, well, who have you played? Is defense it? I mean, they kept Tampa to 23. They did a good job against the Bills. Is there any room for you on we don't fully know how good their defense is until we see it tested more?
So the weird thing, I don't know if it's about how good they are, but the first few weeks of the season, they were clearly calling the game differently without Christian Gonzalez. He missed the first 3 games of the season. They then play the Panthers in a game that's a blowout early, so they're in pretty vanilla looks most of that game. Then they play Buffalo, and it is that aggressive press man defense that we thought we were going to see all year. Ever since then, they've played a lot of off coverage. So it's not like who have they played, but stylistically, I think they maybe respected the Bills more than anybody else just based on the way they played them. And it'll be interesting to see if Burrow's back against Cincinnati. When they play the Bills again, when they play the Ravens later in the year, are they changing their style? Do they have different styles for offenses that they presume maybe is, lesser than versus real threats? Although the Tampa Bay offense feels like a real threat, and they played a little more off against them.
What do you make of Drake May in some places being the MVP favorite? Like, do you think that's a real possibility?
He's made a strong case. I mean, I feel like every week somebody's putting out a stat that Drake May has done this. He's the first Patriots quarterback to do it since Tom Brady in 2007. And obviously 2007 Tom Brady, that's pretty much as good as it gets. So, look, Matthew Stafford's having a tremendous year. I think Sam Darnold probably belongs in that conversation. I don't think they'll give it to a running back, but Jonathan Taylor should be. I don't think he's a runaway favorite or anything, but if you want to say he's the favorite, I wouldn't push back, and he certainly belongs on the short list of the guys we're having that conversation about with 7 weeks to go.
Alex, what's Kayshon Boutte's status, and how about also the presence of 2 former Bills receivers here, Mac Hollins and Steph Diggs, as a part of that offense?
So Boutte's still out. He's not going to play in this game. He's dealing with a hamstring injury, and we saw from Christian Gonzalez at the beginning of the year that can be tricky. So you hope with 10 days off he's back when the Patriots come back for their mini-bye against Cincinnati. He did practice a little bit this week after not practicing last week, so it seems like he's trending in the right direction. Maybe they just didn't want to give him the short week. And Mac Hollins was the one who stepped up big with Boutte out last week, goes for over 100 yards for the first time since 2022. Patriots fans were kind of split on that signing. I think there was an idea of, because he signed before Diggs, this is their move at wide receiver, but as a complementary piece, I mean, he makes a ton of tough physical catches. He's been excellent in the run game, plays on special teams. He's really carved out a good complimentary role here. And then Stephon Diggs, I was one of the people at the time, Patriots fans wanted Cooper Kupp. They wanted, some of those other older guys that are out there. And like if Diggs is good off the ACL, and that's admittedly an if, but if he's good off the ACL, he's the best guy out there and you're seeing it. Maybe he's not putting up 120 yards every week, but on third downs, his ability to create after the catch and get first downs when catching the ball underneath, and then his leadership ability has been outstanding. He's the one that's breaking down the huddle before the games. The young receivers have talked about what a great asset he's been. He's gone, I think, above and beyond the best expectations that people had for him coming into New England.
Last thing for you. Is there a Travion Henderson breakout that has already begun, or was it just a couple of big runs?
So I don't think he's ever going to be a high-volume guy, but he's definitely somebody who's capable of those big plays. Now, tonight, they're without Ramondre Stevenson again, and Terrell Jennings might not play, too. He's questionable. So that leaves Henderson as the only healthy running back on the active roster. They'll elevate guys from the practice squad, but it does seem like he's going to get a lot of the workload tonight, especially against the Jets team that it makes sense to run the ball against.
Alex Barth on the Western Hotline. Alex, thanks very much. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Alex Barth of the Sports Hub, 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston. I was going through Alex's tweets, like seeing what he's saying about the Patriots ahead of this. And have you done this yet?
Mm-mm.
All right, good. Don't. When we get back, I think I learned of the existence of a football game that was played with what I think is the most absolutely insane stat line I have ever seen, and I challenge anyone, anywhere, to find one any crazier for the rest of time. The 2010 football game, unhinged stat line. I'll give you that next.
A.J. Brown is just openly talking about it.
Right. He said
they're 7-2, and he's talking about how, no, we still need to be better on offense. They won 10-7. Win is not a win. Like, we need to be better.
Yep. Quote, I think if we're really focused on winning and doing our job, we can't just keep slapping a Band-Aid over the defense, doing their job and getting us out of trouble. At what point are we going to pick up our slack as an offense? That's what I'm getting at. It's not about, I don't care about winning, all I care about is stats. No. It's been week after week. Sometimes we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year and think you're going to go do that at the end of the year. It's not going to bleeping happen. Right. And the question I would have is, if that were happening here, would we feel better? Because when that happens, when someone speaks out against their own team, this isn't good enough. Here's the thing. If it's a quarterback, it's leadership. If it's a wide receiver, it's a problem. Usually. That's usually how it goes. If it's an offensive lineman, I think you get away with it. If it's a receiver, it's usually a problem. But if we had someone on the Bills saying that, saying week after week, we're not doing our job on offense, you can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year, would we feel better? Would the Bills feel better? Like, that kind of thing could be said by Sean McDermott, not on a mic. This is a spot where I'll probably talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think we would love to hear that. I'm not so sure it would make things any better. I would anticipate that kind of message does exist inside One Bills Drive much more quietly, where we don't get access to it, right?
Right.
So I would imagine that behind closed doors they are saying this kind of thing. Would we feel better if someone was saying it publicly?
I think we would. I think. Well, it's how does Philly react to that right now? How do we think they're reacting to it right now? They're probably fighting with each other on a daily basis, aren't they? About whether this is good leadership or whether this is bad. You might get some people that are just, this is just how the world works, that would not like what A.J. Brown is saying because of where he's saying it. That exact quote might have been in the press conference, but what started this all was he was going off about the offense on a Twitch stream while he was playing Madden.
Baker wears 2 gloves golfing, so he's that type of guy.
Baker Mayfield and Josh Allen. A few friendly barbs back and forth. They played golf this offseason on the same team. Allen made the point multiple times. He was asked who's the better golfer. He didn't want to say he is. Why didn't you say it? I am.
Well, is he?
I think he is. I think he said
Sure?
you can go look up people's. Just say I am. I think he is. I don't know. Anyway, all right, the crazy stat line. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, Baker Mayfield's a 13.
There you
Josh
go.
Allen's a better golfer than Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, just say I am.
Yeah, he definitely is.
All right, so Alex Barth of 98.5 The Sports Hub just joined us, and he came on and talked about the Patriots tonight in the AFC East. And I, went to his profile, looking through some stuff, like what's he saying about the Patriots, and I found that he had linked a box score of what can only be described as the absolute wildest game ever played in the history of any level of football.
Uh-huh.
The 2010 Outback Bowl. Why was he posting this game? Because Mike Kafka, the new head coach of the Giants, he played quarterback in this game.
Okay.
I'm going to give you his stat line.
Okay.
And I want to see if you can possibly think of anything that's ever been more unbelievable as a stat line than this. Mike Kafka in this game went 47 of 78.
You don't have to tell me anymore, and I'm already amazed.
I'm not done.
47 of 78.
I'm not done. He went 47 of 78 for 532 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 5 picks.
5 picks. 532 yards and 78 attempts. Actually, not that great.
I'm not done.
You're not done?
No.
Okay. What else? What could possibly he run for?
He had 20 carries.
Come on.
For 34 yards.
For 34 yards.
He had 47 for 78 and 20 carries.
I think college counts sacks as rush attempts. So
Okay.
some of those could have been sacks.
Okay.
But still, he either dropped back or ran the ball 98 times.
Let's see how many times.
You got to get him to 100.
Let's see how many times he got sacked in this game. I got the Auburn defense stats up here, don't I? No, I don't have the sack stats.
Some of them would be. Not all of them, though, because it would be in the negative.
Let me get you, hold on, team stats.
Sacks.
Sacks. They did not chart sacks in this game, I guess.
They were too busy writing down all the passing numbers.
Yeah. 47 for 78.
Wow.
And credited with 20 carries.
They win?
They lost in overtime.
Oh, wait a minute. What was how many overtimes were there?
1.
Okay, this
there
wasn't
was
like
one overtime.
Okay, this wasn't like one of those. The game went to 9 overtimes because teams couldn't stop scoring. Okay.
No, there was one overtime.
That's insane. One elongated overtime, probably, that went to the end and they lost. Hey, listen, the guy threw 5 interceptions and they went to overtime. What's the value of the turnovers on that one?
Thank you. Great point. 803-0550. Trevor Sikkema on the Bucks when we return as we gear up for Bills and Bucks, of course. So we'll get Tampa's side of the story. Hey, Bucky Irving practicing. That's a little scary. I think that's a little scary. Of all the players they could get back, Godwin would be big, of course, and he practiced on a limited basis as well, so the Bucks are getting a little healthier. They're missing a bunch of pieces, but Bucky Irving, if he's back, it's a little bit of an uh-oh. Trevor Sikkema on the other side here. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. If you sit in these chairs, or sometimes if you want to try to pick through what people say. When McDermott's talking about Baker, I wonder if he's talking to someone else. Because what he says is leadership, fire, consistency, that message, people see you. And I thought, is he talking to his own quarterback about standing up on the sidelines and engaging with people again and getting something back? They're looking to you, body language, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I know the Bills actually really value body language because Allen talks about it. He talks about body language with receivers. They've got people down there that talk about the importance of that. And I don't know if they are keying in on Allen's body language when he's just sitting on the sidelines in between drives. He's always kind of done that. I'm not one to sit here and say it's bad, but I wonder if they're looking for a little bit of a change there, because when he talked about Baker yesterday, I thought, He's talking to someone. Maybe he's talking to Keon Coleman. Maybe he's talking to Deion Walker. I mean, like, it could be anybody. But, if you go to a podium and say something that's complimentary of an opponent but is a little bit like, yeah, how about that? Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like I'm entitled to read into it a little bit.
It's possible. It could just be, though, the things he remembers that he loved about Baker when they were in the pre-draft process, couldn't it be? Because didn't a lot of people think they liked Baker and liked him a lot?
Yes.
Going into that draft?
Yes.
And why would you have liked Baker?
Probably because of his attitude.
Is it right? Because he does have a cannon arm. I think he had the longest throw in the league in the last 10 years until Rodgers just did that Hail Mary a couple of weeks ago. Like, he's got a cannon, but why would you be drawn to him? Right, because he is fiery and he will want to fight you on the field if you get in his face. And Allen's a trash talker too, by the way, but just kind of a different way. Allen's more of remember the Dolphins player, like, who's this guy? Who's this name on the back? Mayfield is like, I will fight you. I don't care who you are. So it could just be remembering what he liked about Baker. But I wouldn't throw out the possibility.
If you sit in these chairs, or sometimes if you want to try to pick through what people say. When McDermott's talking about Baker, I wonder if he's talking to someone else. Because what he says is leadership, fire, consistency, that message, people see you. And I thought, is he talking to his own quarterback about standing up on the sidelines and engaging with people again and getting something back? They're looking to you, body language, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I know the Bills actually really value body language because Allen talks about it. He talks about body language with receivers. They've got people down there that talk about the importance of that. And I don't know if they are keying in on Allen's body language when he's just sitting on the sidelines in between drives. He's always kind of done that. I'm not one to sit here and say it's bad, but I wonder if they're looking for a little bit of a change there, because when he talked about Baker yesterday, I thought he's talking to someone. Maybe he's talking to Keon Coleman. Maybe he's talking to Deion Walker. I mean, like, it could be anybody. But, if you go to a podium and say something that's complimentary of an opponent but is a little bit like, yeah, how about that? I mean, I feel like I'm entitled to read into it a little bit.
It's possible. It could just be, though, the things he remembers that he loved about Baker when they were in the pre-draft process, couldn't it be? Because didn't a lot of people think they liked Baker and liked him a lot?
Yes.
Going into that draft?
Yes.
And why would you have liked Baker?
Probably because of his attitude.
Is it right? Because he does have a cannon arm. I think he had the longest throw in the league in the last 10 years until Rodgers just did that Hail Mary a couple of weeks ago. Like, he's got a cannon, but why would you be drawn to him? Right, because he is fiery and he will want to fight you on the field if you get in his face. And Allen's a trash talker too, by the way, but just kind of a different way. Allen's more of remember the Dolphins player, like, who's this guy? Who's this name on the back? Mayfield is like, I will fight you. I don't care who you are. So it could just be remembering what he liked about Baker. But I wouldn't throw out the possibility Just yesterday, first injury report of the week, had some good news. Josh Palmer back as a full participant for the first time since he was injured in the Atlanta game. Shaq Thompson also limited yesterday, as was Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Christian Benford. No practice for Dalton Kincaid. That was expected. He is week to week. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Sabres lost last night. 5-2 to Utah. They got out to a 2-0 lead, but gave up 5 unanswered goals. It's only 1 win in their last 8. Doesn't get easier. Tonight they are on the road against the Avalanche, who are number 1 in the NHL this season. We'll have pregame starting at 8 o'clock. Puck drop at 9 here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
They got some guys that can rush the quarterback. Obviously, they got Vita Vea inside, who makes it hard for your interior offensive linemen to hold their ground. They do a good job in the run game. So, and then in the back end, they got some corners that'll get up there and pressure, some longer guys that can run, and they make it tough. They showed a lot of different looks, but again, coming down to executing and making sure we're having a good practice.
Josh Allen on the Bucks, Bills and Bucks, Sunday at Highmark. Not looking like a great weather day there for those of you going to the game. Joining us on the Western Hotline, Trevor Sikkema, Tampa Bay Trey on Twitter, lead NFL draft analyst for PFF, and also talks things Bucks, and he joins us here. Trevor, thanks very much. It's Jeremy and Joe. Good morning.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Always appreciate you guys having me on.
Joe, you made a sound over there.
Just the 43 in rain. I mean, 43. Are we going to get a real football game if it's windy, too, on top of that? Trevor, I feel like snow games always get all the love for, well, now if it's just running the ball, and if it's just gross pouring rain and 40 degrees, that might kill the game too.
Yeah, that's tough. I think it was Mike Goalie Jr. who once was going after the real football weather crowd, where it's like miserable conditions, and people always say like, this is real football, and I think it was Gojo who was like, no, real football is 73 degrees on a sunny day where we can all enjoy the game and play it the way that we want to. That is real football. We don't have to glorify terrible weather games.
Well, we might have an ugly one Sunday. We're here in Buffalo thinking the Bills might actually like that. They're a team that runs it well, and right now they seem to have a bit of an identity crisis passing the football. But, Trevor, how about Tampa? What's it been like for them this season? They've had a lot of injuries, it feels like, and that might be a big part of what's happened with their offensive game.
Yeah, totally, and that's why, we're, whatever it is, 11 weeks into the season now, and it's hard to really have an identity outside of just, hey, if it's a really good Baker Mayfield game, they're going to be able to move the ball down the field, but other than that, we're really not sure, because certainly the injuries to Mike Evans, yes, they have a lot of receivers in theory that they could throw the ball to, and even kind of still do, which I'll talk about here in a second, but he's the identity. Like, he is the number one wide receiver for a reason, so without him, to the point of your question, the identity goes away a little bit. You're not building the offensive passing game plan around Mike Evans and then how to complement it. Instead, you're trying to supplement it and really, honestly, go in a different direction, because Mike Evans is a rare type of a wide receiver where you can't just plug somebody else in to do exactly what Mike does. So it's been a little bit of an adjustment there. They had Chris Godwin back for a little bit, and now he's been on the injury report and has missed the last couple of games. I know he was a limited participant in practice yesterday, but it just feels like he is slow to ramp up from that injury. And so instead, they're heavily leaning on Emeka Egbuka, of course, their sensational rookie there. But it's been guys like Cam Johnson and Tez Johnson who have really stepped up for them. And I think now maybe less of contested catch and deep threat stuff like it might have been, like the over the middle of the field, because I feel as though their offensive identity going into the season for a passing game plan standpoint would have been Mike Evans, deep to the sideline, those kinds of things. And then when he gets doubled, when he gets a lot of attention, it's a lot of that over the middle of the field stuff, the intermediate, the 10 to 19 yards, the things that Chris Godwin's great at, the things that Emeka Egbuka are great at. And instead they've had to become, I think, more of a short wide receiver, like a heavy separation type of a team, which obviously if you got the guys to do it, it's nice, but it's just a totally different game plan in the passing game that they've had to operate towards. And then, of course, Bucky Irving not being in the lineup as well. Like, they're fully confident in Rachaad White and
Sean Tucker to be able to pick up the load, and I think that they have in certain ways. But there's no doubt about it that Bucky is the most dynamic back that they have, the most explosive back that they have. And he was back to practice on Wednesday as well, so we'll have to see what his status is for the game. But like you guys mentioned, if it's a heavy weather game and you're going to be wanting to run the football, it becomes paramount that Bucky Irving plays in this game if Tampa wants to go into Buffalo and get a win.
I saw a stat on Bucky Irving that last season he had the highest forced missed tackle rate in the league since 2016. Like, he is a wizard when it comes to getting teams to miss, and the Bills have a problem tackling sometimes. Like, they have missed a lot of tackles this season. What was the injury for him, Trevor? And if he's not back this week, limited in practice means, like, the good news is he should be back soon. Like, he's trending in the right direction.
Yeah, it was a foot injury for him, but he was also, I know he's dealt with a shoulder injury as well. And so, like, it's been a couple of things for him that he's been having to work through this season, but it's mainly been that foot injury. He was in a boot a couple of weeks ago. And so, of course, like, anytime you're talking about a running back and you got a foot injury, you got to be careful with it, and you got to make sure that they're ready and they're good to go. Now, the quote that I read yesterday from Baker Mayfield is Baker was, like, having to slow Bucky down a little bit yesterday in practice. He was like, hey, man, we need you to make it to Sunday. Like, don't go out here. And I know you're excited to get back out on the field. And so it feels like he's trending towards playing in this game. But you guys mentioned it. It's paramount for him to be out there for the reason of the Bills have kind of struggled a little bit when it comes to defending the run. And at the linebacker level, they've definitely struggled. And when you talk about those missed tackles forced, it often is those guys in the hole at the linebacker level. You know, safeties coming down, guys whoever's playing in space. And Bucky's got a chance to be one-on-one with those guys. His contact balance is so good. His one-cut ability is so good that he can make you miss in a lot of different ways. And when you look at when he's out on the field versus when he's not, Tampa is one of the lower half of the NFL teams, I think bottom 10 in total missed tackles forced from their running backs this year. And I think that when you go to early downs, first and second down, so setting the tone in the run game, I think they go down to, at least they were bottom 5 at some point. They may have gone up a little bit. I haven't checked in a couple of weeks, but it's a stark difference of when you have Bucky Irving out there and when you don't. And so I think that, of course, like that, his health and his availability will mean a lot to this game.
How do you, Trevor Sikkema, Pro Football Focus with us on the Western Hotline, how do you feel about this matchup on the other side of the ball? The Bills offense coming off maybe their worst performance of the season, certainly passing game felt like that in the first half. And Tampa's defense, I don't know, it's been up and down is maybe a way to put it for this year. If we don't get a game where it's rained out basically and it's more running the ball, do you feel like the Bills could struggle again to find separation against this defense?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the number that stands out, and I know this is like a coaching cliche type of a thing, but they can't turn the ball over. I mean, when the Bills have 2 or more turnovers in a game, they have 15 points per game, and they're 0-3 on the season. When they have less than 2 turnovers a game, so if they have 0 or 1, they score 33.5 points per game, and they are 6-0. So for them, it's so much about taking care of the football. And you would think, okay, well, if it's more of a conservative, more of a run game script, you feel a little bit better about that. But, of course, the wet conditions, that throws in a little bit of a mystery in how well teams are going to be able to take care of the football. So I think that certainly goes into it with Buffalo. We know they want to run the football. We know they want to be controlled in that regard. And for the Bucs defense, you know, it has been up and down for them, but take last week's game, for example. I think that when you look at the stats as a whole, you would say, man, you know, kind of a, like you guys just mentioned, like an up and down day. They're hot and cold. They had it and they didn't. But in reality, the Bucs gave up 3 or 4 big plays last week against New England Patriots, and that's it. Like the rest of the time, most of that game, Drake May struggled. Todd Bowles really had a one leg up on the chess match against him and Josh McDaniel. I think Todd Bowles got the better of them in that matchup. Even in the run game, it felt like that was very stagnant for the Patriots. The thing was, they had a massive throw and long yards after catch play with Kyle Williams that ended up going for whatever it was, a 72-yard touchdown. And then you had those 2 massive Travion Henderson runs that ended up turning into points for him. So it's been the big plays that have been the issue for this Buccaneers team. I think on a play-by-play basis, they are actually a pretty solid defense, but they've just given up too many big plays I think throughout the course of the season, and of course last week, which was a big result in their loss there from the Patriots, that's kind of how I would view this defense. They are capable of really clamping down on offenses, but can they avoid giving up those big explosive plays? I think that's going to tell the tale of this game. I really do.
Trevor Sikkema on the Western Hotline. Trevor, before I let you go, off the top of your head, just a random request here. Can you think of maybe a outside wide receiver, good separation, good speed that would be available in the draft somewhere between 23 and 32, you know?
Well, I saw you and Connor Rogers already did. Have you already done 2 mock drafts on NFL Stock Exchange?
We've done, yeah. We're starting to get into the mock madness with either the first-round mocks or even the team-centric mocks, yes.
All right.
So outside wide receiver.
Does anybody fit that bill? Outside, separator, speed, like 23 to 32.
I mean, I love Mekhi Lemon from USC. Like, he's my guy in that regard. And if you want a player that is like that, I feel like he has a high potential to be such a stud for you. His separation is unlike anybody else. Now, he's a little bit smaller of a wide receiver.
Fine.
He's a little bit more of like a slot type of a dude, but his separation ability is so fantastic. And then if you're going to take a chance on a great athlete, because, look, Jordan Tyson from Arizona State, Carnell Tate from Ohio State, like those dudes, I think they're going well before the 20s in the first round. But Chris Bell is the other one that I would keep an eye on, the outside wide receiver for Louisville. He's not as crisp in his routes, but he's still a younger prospect. But my goodness, the athletic potential that this guy has, weighing 225 pounds, dudes just don't move like that. He's unbelievably explosive, and if you get him with a good wide receiver coach, it does feel like he can be a field stretcher for you. He can be somebody who creates that separation after the catch with the explosiveness that he has. So those two guys, we'll look for Mekhi Lemon from USC and Chris Bell, the wide receiver from Louisville. Those are the first two that pop into my head.
One quick follow-up on Lemon, if I could. Like, I think Bills fans, when we enter this process, we're going to be walking away from landmines potentially. Again, they could win the Super Bowl if they get their offense back on track, whatever. But you say Lemon, like, incredible separators, more of a slot guy. Like, a name that pops up to me thinking back to a couple of years ago is like Ladd McConkey was said to be a little small. Maybe he's a slot guy. In the NFL, he doesn't have to be. So how do you square Lemon like that? Is it a similar profile, or is he more primary slot, you think?
So Lemon does play on the outside. Like, Lemon will play in certain personnel sets where there's only 2 wide receivers out there. If it's 12 personnel or something, like, Lemon will still be out there on the field. But the difference with McConkey, and I think this is a Georgia football Kirby Smart identity type of thing, Ladd McConkey, you could tell, blocks his ass off. And you had no problem putting him out there on the line of scrimmage, because even though he was smaller and even though he was going to give up some, the effort's there, the technique is there. I think that Lemon does have the ability to do that. I think he is feisty as a blocker, but clearly it's just college football. I think the style in which they're trying to play, they're trying to run up the scoreboard. Obviously, that Lincoln Riley offense, it's not a ton of that as much as it was at Georgia, so it's not quite a one-on-one type of a thing. But I do think that there are plenty of reps where Lemon is feisty in the run game, and so yeah, I think that you will have a lot of people who, when they see the glass half full side of Mekhi Lemon, they will compare him to guys like a Ladd McConkey or these shorter, smaller wide receivers who are still difference makers that you could play on a down in and down out basis.
All right, I'm watching some Chris Bell right now too. You are right. This guy, he runs away from people at that size. It's nuts. So
yes, yeah, he's crazy.
All right, Trevor, thanks.
Appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
Trevor Sikkema at Tampa Bay Trey on Twitter, lead NFL draft analyst for PFF and all things Bucks as well. 2 things. One, the Ladd McConkey report, like just single tear down the face, huh? Just right there. Right there. And then 2, anyone else feel alive right there? I just really feel like
stretching out some muscles you haven't used in a while.
That train horn. I feel like electricity coursing through me.
Yeah. It will be a lot more fun to go in on all that stuff if they have won the Super Bowl. Actually, will it be less fun? More fun? I don't know. Less stressed.
Perhaps. 803-0550 is our phone number if you want to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Our thanks to Trevor Sikkema. All right. What else? We got a call in here. Randy's been waiting. Randy, North Tonawanda. Hey, Randy, good morning.
Good morning, guys. depressing fact of the day. It wasn't that long ago, Week 5 in the NFL, when the Bills were minus 3,000 to win the division. So I kind of feel like a fool for not maybe putting $10 on the Patriots to pull it off. But going back to my original question for the call, and a couple weeks ago, you guys had brought up a discussion of which team was better, the 06 or the 07 Sabres. I never got to hear the end of it, and I thought it was probably the most entertaining talk I've heard of the Sabres in 10 years. So I was wondering if you guys had to compare the two teams, which one you would pick, and I'll hang up and listen.
0506 versus 0607.
I would absolutely pick 0506.
Just as more fun?
And better.
As better?
Both. Right? Both.
I mean, 05, let's talk about the differences. One had J.P. Dumont.
And Mike Greer.
And
Jay McKee.
Yeah. And the other had...
And Marty Baron.
Jarl Spacek. And is it like more Clark MacArthur?
It was Spacek, and it was...
Like, who goes in for...
Stafford as a rookie.
I guess he's not 0506, right? He's on 06.
No, he made his debut in the Brawl game.
Along with...
No, sorry. He debuted a little before that. Coletta debuted.
Coletta in the Brawl game, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, young guys got placed in. Yeah, who else was different on that team that was like a veteran? No, nobody. It was just Spacek. So, Danny Paille started to show up that year. Yeah, I think 0506 was a better team.
All right.
That is not the debate that my group chats have been still fighting about for 3 hours, which is what is more of a curse, the tank or the Lucic-Miller hit. Because everyone's convinced there is a curse. Somewhere. There's a curse on this team. What is it? Miller Lucic.
Listen, if I was in a group chat where individuals were seriously suggesting that the tank cursed them, I would leave that group chat. I would write them off as thanks, John. Have a great life. Not interested.
Yeah.
Curse. Curse only applies to Buffalo.
I mean, curse. Josh Norris did get hurt bending over.
For a face-off.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if you're feeling really bad about the Sabres and you want to... You know how when you're...
This sounds like the beginning of a commercial where there's a 1-800 number at the end of it.
I was about to shift to something similar. Like, you know how sometimes in your life when you're really sad, you're like, you know what? I just got to listen to sad music. If that's how you feel about the Sabres, go back and listen to Paul at 8 o'clock today. If you want to feel sad, and you are feeling sad, and if it would like help you process, you got to listen to Paul. Paul's
defeated.
Paul was low today.
He's out of it. Out of answers.
I'm not saying he was wrong or misguided. He was just like, woof. What now? Colorado tonight. Oh, my God. I mean, as Paul was talking, I did pull up Gavin McKenna highlights. I'm like, I guess I'm going to do this now.
Yeah. I mean, but it's funny because Paul was bringing the fire in his article on the website last night. Like he wrote, the Sabres are in their 14-year comfort zone of last place in the Eastern Conference. There's a pretty good chance it'll be all over again before the holidays, and then they could play another season with no pressure to perform.
I mean, that's...
Terry Pagula must be happy with what he's seen in the last 5 years. He's seeing progress because the GM is still here. Raise your hand if you're seeing progress.
Yeah, I guess we should have known he was ready.
He was ready.
He was locked and loaded. 803-0550. All right, we got a minute here. We did as a goalie earlier about Swayman. Yeah. Can we talk about what happened in Rochester last night? Speaking of things are going great, let's just do this real quickly. Last night in Rochester, Devin Levi got pulled.
I think for the second game in a row or second of the last three, something like that.
Devin Levi got pulled. Yeah. And head coach Mike Leone at the podium was asked all about it. And, well, here you go.
I don't know what you want me to say. Like, I know he's a really good goalie, but it's not about him. It's about the team. You don't play good enough. I'm just being honest. Like, I understand, but that's a lot of goals in the 3-game stretch. You know what I'm saying? And we believe in him. But at the same time, part of your development is we need a save. Anyone who knows me, if you play well, you're going to play. So it's the same thing for a goalie. Just because his name's Devin Levi doesn't mean he can't get pulled or not play good.
There's Amerks coach Mike Leone. All right, senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker.
He, by the way, Levi, in his first 5 starts of the season, allowed 9 goals. in his last 3 games. He mentioned a lot of goals in the last 3 games. He allowed 14
Yeah.
in his last, not even three full games.
He's in a slump, but part of your development is we need a save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not something you often hear from a coach. And he even specifically mentioned, and the 5th goal.
Right.
He's flat out
that is
it's not done, right? This is not normally done.
No. You don't even see this with I can't even think of a time you've seen this level of a torching publicly for your guy. And I'm thinking of even trying to think of established starters that got hammered like this. And I can't come up with a name that got this length of a just drubbing by his coach. And this is a kid that's trying to develop, and you're putting that out there. To me, this is either a massive mistake by Leone, and you're really gonna mess with his head. This is Levi's waking up today, shaken to his core. Anybody would. Imagine getting called out by your boss saying you've been horrible at your job, and you need to figure it out. It is damning, and even more than that. This is a guy that's trying to develop and learn how to be a guy. I think that if you're not careful about it, sorry, I'm getting twisted up. The thing I want to say about this is it's either a massive mistake or there's something going on where they think he needs a kick in the ass.
Okay.
And I think that is possible because this is so out of the ordinary and so out of the blue that in my mind, I'm thinking there has to be something going on where they think he's gotten a big head.
Okay.
Or something has happened where he needs to be shot down to earth.
Right. Knocked down a peg. Because to say, just because your name's Devin Levi.
Right.
That does sound like you're talking, what do you think, you're too good for this?
Right. And I think there's been a vibe of that this season. And really since he got here.
Well, I mean... He's in an organization that's committed to Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen for $25 million, and that guy can't play either.
Right. And so I get it. But he came in and there was the Sabres kind of want to make a move for a goalie, and it sounds kind of like he put the kibosh on that. And now there's this. There was a report a couple weeks ago that he requested a trade, and that's not, set in stone. But this makes me think that all that is real and that all that is concerning for them, because I don't think you go out there and torch your guy like this if you're not aware of what is going to happen after, and he's not going to be happy about it. And there's a chance he just freaks out. There's a chance he plays great. I think they're trying to see what he's got in his head. It's really jarring to hear a coach talk about a goalie like that, let alone a young goalie that's trying to learn how to play.
I wonder how differently this is more big picture with him. Because in a way, he kind of cost them a playoff spot. His presence, his maybe demanding, if I'm signing with you, I want a team, or I want to be in the league to start. And they did that. And then they didn't trade for a goalie, often attributed because he was coming, and they did not make the playoffs because of it. Right. Drought might be over. I wonder, how differently does it all go if he is not the piece in the Reinhart trade? What if he's just a draft pick of theirs? He's just on the team.
Yeah.
Oh,
is this was it really the first 3 years? This might be the first year where this isn't the case. The level of commitment to him, in part because this needs to look good on us because we traded a 50-goal scorer for him.
Right. I think that they have put on a masterclass of what not to do with a young goaltender. They got a guy out of college who was a stud, and they put him in a position where he was asked to do something that nobody since Ken Dryden has done. Ken Dryden.
Right.
And they put him on this pedestal, not only for the fan base, but for himself. This is mentally, these are all hurdles that he had to get over. He was put in this position. He didn't do it. And because of the expectation placed on it, all of the fans now, I think there are fans that think he's not, it's over. He's in the middle of the arc that all goalies take developmentally. But because of what they did in placing the expectations that they did on him, they have made it into like this is a problem now that he's where he's at. And it's not. It's just what happens to young goalies. But they have continued time and time again to put him in positions where he's going to look worse because they're expecting things of him that nobody can do. Nobody can do what they've asked him to do. It doesn't happen in the league. And it's hard for him. It's hard for the team. It's hard for the fans. It's not good for anybody involved. And this is the first year they've decided, like, all right, we're going to finally relent to he's a human and he's not going to be a stud goaltender in the NHL at 20 years old. And now they're hammering him in the media? Are you trying to ruin this kid? I don't know, man. Like, I think they have put on a show of how to mess up a goaltender that should be great. And if he overcomes that, I think it's all the more power to him. Because I think they've, at every turn, put him in a position to fail.
Well, all right. We're having ourselves a day with that
This fan base could really use a win.
We're doing all right.
Could really use a surprise win against Colorado tonight.
Yeah, you sure?
By the way, you want some optimism on that? We're all rooting for the Jets tonight, right?
Yes.
The Sabres, by the odds, are 3 times more likely to win tonight than the New York Jets are.
All right, here we go. This is we're not going to do this for a thrilling three-way parlay, but we're going to think about it. Jets money line, Sabres puck line.
Oh man, I'm not coming into work tomorrow. If that happens.
What would you get if you got those 2 wins?
Gotta be 20-1 at least.
It's 10 wins, 263.
Whew. Nuts. For Jets and Sabres to win tonight?
Jets and Sabres, yeah.
10 to win, 260.
Yep.
Wow. I'm not going to
I'm not putting my
advise that for our parlay in a moment.
No. All right, the thrilling three-way parlay is on the way.
Also, I've got for you maybe next or an extendo. Some insane person is putting signs up about the Bills all over Toronto.
I saw your tweet about this. We'll address it.
Uh-oh.
It'll be addressed. 803-0550. If you want to try and jump in, it's Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
A.J. Brown is just openly talking about it.
Right. He said
they're 7-2, and he's talking about how no, we still need to be better on offense. They won 10-7. Win is not a win. Like, we need to be better.
Yep. Quote, I think if we're really focused on winning and doing our job, we can't just keep slapping a Band-Aid over the defense, doing their job and getting us out of trouble. At what point are we going to pick up our slack as an offense? That's what I'm getting at. It's not about, I don't care about winning, all I care about is stats. No. It's been week after week. Sometimes we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year and think you're going to go do that at the end of the year. It's not going to bleeping happen. Right. And the question I would have is, if that were happening here, would we feel better? Because when that happens, when someone speaks out against their own team, this isn't good enough. Here's the thing. If it's a quarterback, it's leadership. If it's a wide receiver, it's a problem. Usually. That's usually how it goes. If it's an offensive lineman, I think you get away with it. If it's a receiver, it's usually a problem. But if we had someone on the Bills saying that, saying week after week, we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year. Would we feel better? Would the Bills feel better? Like, that kind of thing could be said by Sean McDermott, not on a mic. This is a spot where I'll probably talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think we would love to hear that. I'm not so sure it would make things any better. I would anticipate that kind of message does exist inside One Bills Drive much more quietly where we don't get access to it, right?
Right.
So I would imagine that behind that kind of thing, would we feel better if someone was saying it publicly?
I think we would. I think well, it's how does Philly react to that right now? How do we think they're reacting to it right now? They're probably fighting with each other on a daily basis, aren't they? About whether this is good leadership or whether this is bad. You might get some people that are just, this is just how the world works, that would not like what A.J. Brown is saying because of where he's saying it. That exact quote might have been in the press conference, but what started this all was he was going off about the offense on a Twitch stream while he was playing Madden.
I'm going to pass on talking about injuries since Rich, he's not here, has all the answers. So you guys can get all the injuries from Rich. Well, I'm telling you to ask Rich.
He's not here. Hey, G,
Well, you better call him.
no disrespect to you or Rich, but like we want to hear from you. You know, like that.
You guys have been here. You guys have been hearing it from me, but now since we're just reporting stuff, that I haven't said, then maybe you should ask him.
I've root for that guy tonight.
Yeah, we got to be Jets fans tonight. It's not.
This dude is getting fired after this.
Aaron
season.
Klein, you think so?
I don't know. Maybe the Rodgers thing is starting to look a little bit better on Rodgers. The more this guy talks all year long. Aaron Glenn, just never. It's always this. It was him fighting with somebody over. Did you watch the Eagles last year with Barkley and the run game? I don't know. He seems like he's trying to come off as the tough guy every single day.
I've got some stuff from ESPN and their wide receiver metrics.
Okay.
How much fun do you want to have with this one page before we get to our thrilling three-way parlay? On a scale of 1 to 10, are you ready for all of the fun with it or half of the fun with it? What do you want? You want to start with...
Let's give half the fun.
Only half the fun?
We want to start with half the fun.
Okay. Only half the fun. Then. So you don't want the part where they grade Keon Coleman a better receiver than Khalil Shakir?
In everything?
On open score. You don't want that part.
But Shakir doesn't
run
real routes, so nobody knows if he can get open.
Listen, we're having fun. So, all right, the top 5. They go overall, open score, catches, yak. They do include tight ends, too. So if we go wide receiver and tight ends, great news. Great news. The Bills, Dalton Kincaid ranks 6th, tied with Roma Dunze, 6th best in, sorry, I'm on yak. Overall. On overall pass catchers in the NFL, the number 4, according to ESPN, is Dalton Kincaid. How about that?
Amazing.
How much fun do you want to have? How much fun are you ready to have?
Let's go all the way. So what do we got?
Who's number 6?
Who's number 6?
Who's number 6? The answer is Mac Hollins.
I was going to say Diggs.
He's number 2.
Wow. Number 2.
Diggs,
who's number 1?
Puka.
So Puka, then Diggs. Who's 3? Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yep.
So it goes Puka, Diggs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kincaid?
Yep.
Sweet.
You want to have a little more fun? Guess who's tied with
two of these guys on the same team?
You want let me give you the 2 best yak receivers in football. According to ESPN's receiver metrics, the 2 best yak receivers in football are?
Shakir?
No.
Puka.
You probably won't get this, but there's a theme to it.
Yeah?
Yep. Ready?
Are they deep ball guys? It's like Rashid Shaheed?
No.
Jalen Waddle? Who?
No. DK Metcalf and George Pickens.
Oh. Vertical.
Guys that moved this offseason.
This offseason, right? Yeah.
DK Metcalf, George Pickens. 2 best yak receivers in football.
Steelers could have both of them.
Yeah.
What was the deal with that?
What would happen?
Just have them both.
What would happen if the Bills had Diggs and Kincaid on the same team?
They did have them on the same team.
Right.
They couldn't do anything. That's suddenly this became a Joe Brady segment.
Suddenly it did become a Joe Brady segment. On open score, if I do just the Bills, Buffalo Bills, ESPNanalytics.com/receivers. Just the Bills. Open score, Kincaid, 83. Again, top 4. Next up, Keon Coleman, then Shakir. As overall receivers, ESPN Analytics puts Coleman above Shakir. And I can only assume this is because they want to give Shakir almost no credit for catching the ball behind the line of scrimmage. It's the only way you would do this, right?
Right.
You, yesterday, put together a little supercut of Shakir's targets more than 10 yards down the field.
Yeah. And it was the play at the end of the first half against Baltimore that set them up for a field goal. But it was like a scramble play. There's 10 seconds left. We can only do so many things. And then there was a broken play in garbage time against Miami last week. And there was one other that was the same thing, Allen scrambling around. And that was it for the whole year. And when you go to just the routes he's running, vertical routes. Like he's not even running them. They're not trying to see, hey, maybe he could stretch the field vertically. He ran a really fast 40. He's pretty fit. He does punt returns for us. He's got some speed. What do we think is more likely? They don't care about it, or they don't think he's good at it? Do they just think, no, he's not good at it? We're not going to have him do it. He stinks at it. It's weird. It's very weird to me that he would never even attempt to see if Shakir can give you anything in that department.
All right, let's get to a thrilling three-way parlay. Sorry, I'm just noticing Lance Lysowski said something or tweeted something about Michael Kesselring.
What about him? Good or bad? By the tone of your voice and the tone of the day on this team, I'm imagining it's not great. He's hurt?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, I guess that's a positive.
Kesselring apparently said to Lance yesterday about being back in Utah, we had such a good fan base here. It was so nice just seeing all the positive things all the time. You see the other side of it now in a hockey market. They're pretty critical.
That's fair. Yeah, that's probably fair.
I've got something to say about that. But
what, that's bad? It's bad to say? He's not wrong.
No. Here's what to say about that before a thrilling three-way parlay.
Yeah.
This is one of those moments where you can keep the music playing. Yeah, it's fine, Dan. Keep the music playing.
We actually need this should be our Sabres talk music.
This
This
take will be a little festive.
Yeah.
You know who that sounds like?
Ryan O'Reilly.
The GM.
All right, now I don't like the comment as much.
The GM has that.
Now I don't like it as much.
The GM has that attitude. All right, let's do our thrilling three-way parlay. Right?
Yeah.
Why do the players always think that it's unfair that people are mad about them not being good? Because, like, from the top, from the GM. All right.
Yeah.
Like I'm
Yeah, I'll sit with that a little longer.
I don't rant anymore. I say that all the time. We don't rant anymore. Man, like...
I'm getting close.
Because I guess my thought is, if the point is that it was more positive in the city that just got a team versus the city with a 14-year playoff drought, like, well, duh.
Right. That's why I yelled, "You stink!" Like,
right.
Oh, really? Things aren't as bubbly and positive as the team that just got created.
He's been here for 5 minutes.
He said some other stuff.
He didn't even play all the games.
Also seemed.
Did he?
I'll have to look through
He
those.
missed being in Utah, which
that's fine.
I get.
That's
I'm not
fine.
mad at that. But
I'm mad
just
about that.
On top of this, now I'm
Guys,
in a bad place over here in my box.
What else could happen today with that?
I'm going to go listen to Paul's segment again. Guys that want to be here.
Editing that made me want to cry.
All right. Thrilling three-way parlay. There's only one way to get off the mat, fellas.
We're going to win a bet.
Let's hit something on
the first time
on the Jets and Patriots. Owen the Parlay Killer is here. All right, what do we want? What do you guys want?
The guy I wanted is such a high number. I'm going to do it anyway.
Tell me you want Trevion Henderson over on rush attempts.
Why? What is that number at?
16.5. He's the only
number.
He's the only back they have.
True.
Game script. They're going practice squad guys. I'm going Henderson over 16.5 attempts.
Okay.
It's a big number, but Stevenson's hurt. Come on. It's him and practice squad guys. And they're going to win. They're 12.5-point favorites. Give me 16.5 over Trevion Henderson.
Yeah. All right. The guy I like, his number was a little higher than I wanted. I feel like I can't do it. He had one catch last week on 2 targets.
Who?
Mason Taylor. Because Garrett Wilson's out. Ball's got to go somewhere. He's been decent this year, but it's 4.5? No,
that's a big number.
Not doing it. And you got something you like?
I think I just like the under on May passing yards because I think that they'll just never throw the ball because
the under on May passing yards.
It's 236.5.
That's pretty
all right.
low. I like it. That's
all right. Under 236.5.
Gosh, I'm such a mess making my.
It is a man-heavy Jets defense that now has no Sauce Gardner. I read a lot about you should bet for Diggs to pop off a little bit here. He's of course a man beater.
Do we like Diggs over better? Because I was looking at Diggs over.
That's where I got to. The Diggs open score was there was a link in Matthew Berry's article about how he eats up man coverage. He's the second best receiver in football and getting open right now. And the Jets are going to play man without Sauce Gardner. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk yet anything. You do what you want.
I liked the Diggs over, so I'm going to pivot. I'm pivoting.
Okay.
This is horrible.
His yards or his catches?
I'm going to take his yards, 56.5.
All right. Over on 56.5 from Diggs. Okay.
All right. I'm going to go Arian Smith over 10.5 receiving yards. I saw a chart. He's good at getting open, and he's starting to play more and more. 67% of the snaps last week. He didn't have a target, but the number's low. 10.5.
It won't let us have those three. I don't know why it won't let us have them.
No?
Nope.
What?
Is my bet the problem?
I can do the Diggs and the Smith over.
What was yours again?
Mine was Trevion Henderson's attempts. Rushing attempts.
Why would that not?
I don't know. It wouldn't let me.
This thing makes no sense.
I don't understand it either.
Yeah, it's the rush attempts.
Okay. So I'll get it out of there. And I'll go for... All right, fine. I'll go Breece Hall under because no running back has gone for 50 against the Patriots. His number is 55.5.
Yep.
And I think game script maybe gets negative.
Yeah, okay.
So under...
basically you're picking Breece Hall to not have the most rushing yards against the Patriots all season.
Correct.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right, I like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus 493.
Let me put on my Arian Smith in here.
Arian Smith. 10.5. One catch.
Get there.
He's on the field. Garrett Wilson's out. Ball's got to go somewhere. I mean, a receiver is going to catch a pass for the Jets tonight, right?
Yeah, you would think.
And, like,
you just really don't
your other options are Tyler Johnson. Like, there's no other receiver to step up. This guy has good metrics. I don't know what ESPN Open Score says about him, but I've seen good metrics about him. He's on the field. Wilson's out. They're going to be down. I like it. And it's only 10.5 yards.
All right.
Do we feel at all confident the Jets can win tonight?
No.
Oh, not even a little.
And I'm a little nervous about my Breece Hall just because they might even run in a losing script. Like it's 27-10 in the fourth, and the Jets just handing the ball off to Breece Hall.
Would they be handing the ball off to him, though?
Right. I was just going to say.
Maybe not. It's past the deadline. Why not? You might as well.
Right.
All right. Anyway,
I guess if you look at for what the Jets have done in games, they've been beat badly. To be fair, though, they haven't really been beat bad. They won 2 in a row. They lost by 7. They lost by 2. They lost by 15 to Dallas, and Breece Hall got 14 carries. That would be your last one. The Jets, otherwise, though, they're not really getting hammered.
Okay.
Lost by 2, lost by 1, or won by 7, won by 1, lost by 7, lost by 2, lost by 15, lost by 6, lost by 2. They've only lost by more than one score one time since September. So, I mean, give them their fake moral victory claps, but they're not getting destroyed.
Right.
All right. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. Anybody? Anything else?
I got when we come back in Extendo, this letter in Toronto.
Did you see
from Bills fans?
Paterka's thing with?
I was really hoping to get out of the segment before someone else like, hey, did you see something else said about the Sabres?
Let's go ahead. Hit.
What did he say?
Paterka, when Rob said after Paterka scored, just real quickly, that classic Paterka does nothing, then gets the puck, finds space, and then after the game, Paterka said, well, since I did nothing in Buffalo, it was nice to get one tonight. It was pretty...
Yeah, Rob said, vintage JJ Paterka not doing anything and then all of a sudden finding the puck and getting in the shooting lane.
We got to end the segment, huh?
Yeah, we got to go to break. Extendo Sports is on the way.
A.J. Brown is just openly talking about it.
Right. He said
they're 7-2, and he's talking about how no, we still need to be better on offense. They won 10-7. Win is not a win. Like we need to be better.
Yep. quote, I think if we're really focused on winning and doing our job, we can't just keep slapping a Band-Aid over the defense, doing their job and getting us out of trouble. At what point are we going to pick up our slack as an offense? That's what I'm getting at. It's not about, I don't care about winning, all I care about is stats. No. It's been week after week. Sometimes we're not doing our job on offense. You can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year and think you're going to go do that at the end of the year. It's not going to bleeping happen. Right. And the question I would have is, if that were happening here, would we feel better? Because when that happens, when someone speaks out against their own team, this isn't good enough. Here's the thing. If it's a quarterback, it's leadership. If it's a wide receiver, it's a problem. Usually. That's usually how it goes. If it's an offensive lineman, I think you get away with it. If it's a receiver, it's usually a problem. But if we had someone on the Bills saying that, saying week after week, we're not doing our job on offense, you can't keep slapping a Band-Aid over that and expect to win late in the year, would we feel better? Would the Bills feel better? Like, that kind of thing could be said by Sean McDermott, not on a mic. This is a spot where I'll probably talk out of both sides of my mouth. I think we would love to hear that. I'm not so sure it would make things any better. I would anticipate that kind of message does exist inside One Bills Drive much more quietly, where we don't get access to it, right? Right. So I would imagine that behind closed doors, they are saying this kind of thing. Would we feel better if someone was saying it publicly?
I think we would. I think. Well, it's how does Philly react to that right now? How do we think they're reacting to it right now? They're probably fighting with each other on a daily basis, aren't they? About whether this is good leadership or whether this is bad. You might get some people that are just, this is just how the world works, that would not like what A.J. Brown is saying because of where he's saying it. That exact quote might have been in the press conference, but what started this all was he was going off about the offense on a Twitch stream while he was playing Madden.
Listen to WGR.
Speed caller 5 to 2214 WGR contest time. Yeah, let's. Hold on. Mute your computer. Dope. That's me. Be caller 5 to win a pair of tickets to Journey, the Final Frontier at KeyBank Center on June 10th, courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. Visit journeymusic.com for details. Let's go, Jets. Feels horrible to say it. Ugh.
They've never hurt me.
Jets. Who was it last year we had to root for a terrible team?
Was it New England?
Yes.
Probably was New England.
There was a game somewhere we had to root for somebody. Like, why, I don't want to do this. Why would anyone want to do this?
Right.
The Dolphins? I don't know. There's a pretty bad one in there.
There's a letter in that Bills fans are putting up in Toronto, or maybe one person, that basically is, well, the title is, Please, Please Stop Rooting for Us. And the whole thing is basically how cursed you are, and you are causing the Bills now to be cursed.
Okay.
Does someone think Toronto is more cursed than Buffalo?
I mean, they did just lose Game 7 of the World Series in pretty heartbreaking fashion.
I know, and the Leafs lose. I'm not saying they're not their own level of cursed, but they won a championship 5 years ago.
True.
You can't say that they're more cursed than us when they won a title 5 years ago. You can't claim that.
All right. It's fair. Sabres and Avalanche tonight.
You gonna stay up?
I'll be up watching this football game and the Sabres game. Yeah, I'll be up. I'll be up stewing. I'm really.
The Kessel Ring
This
thing?
Kessel Ring comments really got me.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really got me.
The more I sat with it in the break, he really shouldn't have said it.
Really got me.
He really shouldn't have said it.
And I'm just thinking back to, this is the team that had the players stage a protest against the fans, passive-aggressively.
Their captain led it.
Yes, and the GM didn't squash that the moment he... I'm just thinking about the GM.
This dude also has played 7 games.
The Kessel Ring has played 7 games.
He hasn't even recorded his first point with the team. And he's, so far, comments made... Is he really criticizing the fans? I guess he kind of is. So 1 for that, 0 for points.
I mean, I'm not mad at him. It's really sitting with me. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show's on the way. We're back tomorrow for a Football Friday and, maybe a Jets victory Friday. You never know. All right, cheers.